Morning, ladies and gentlemen. Just want to let you know that breakfast is served. So as we are having this networking session brought to you by Endeavor, Catalysing Conversations around entrepreneurship, you can enjoy some breakfast before we officially begin. So do help yourselves and feel free to mingle. Breakfast is served. Well done. ecosystem in Africa's largest economy. Good morning again, ladies and gentlemen. You're welcome to Catalysing Conversations, brought to you by Endeavor Nigeria. And this is the 4th annual Scale-Up Entrepreneurship Summit that is being held by Endeavor Nigeria. And as the CEO of Goldman Sachs says, they're doing God's work. And what we're going to be talking about, the reason why you're all gathered here today is to discuss the transformational effects of impactful entrepreneurs and startup innovators. And what the good folks at Endeavor do is to select, support, and invest in these entrepreneurs and have them pay it forward, because success is not measured just by you, it's measured by the people around you. And that is essentially the ethos of this organization. So you're very, very welcome once again. I'm Rotus Odiri. I host the Global Business Report on Arise TV and Business Express on Smooth 98.1 FM. And all our conversations are about this, the lifeblood of every economy, which is, of course, entrepreneurs and SMEs. Have to recognize the presence of Mr. Tedo Peterside, who is the chairman of the board of directors of Endeavor Nigeria. A round of applause for him. You don't get a more inspiring entrepreneurship story than Mr. Peterside. And also a vice chair of the board of directors of Endeavor Nigeria, Mr. Bolaji Balogun, CEO of the incredible Chapel Hill Denim. You're very welcome, sir. And so, yes, Endeavor Nigeria, well, they've been around for about 5 years, and you're going to see a video pretty soon about the journey to 5. But as far as Endeavor, the nonprofit organization, they've been supporting entrepreneurs now for quite some time. Been around since 1997, supported about 2,300 to 2,500 entrepreneurs and startups, which I think last year generated about $42 billion in revenue. And this is very impactful stuff. So we're going to be having a number of interactive sessions through the day. And I say interactive, on the back of your tag, you'll see a QR code which you can scan with your phone and send in questions which we'll read to our panelists. So we're about to kick things off. I want to call up, first of all, our energetic, enthusiastic, elegant managing director and CEO of Endeavor Nigeria, Tosin Faniro-Dada, who of course is going to be talking to us about building big bubbles. So a round of applause for her, please, as she comes to the stage.
Thank you, Rotus. Good morning, everyone. I'm so happy to see you here, even though today was a very rainy day. Thank you so much for coming. Just 1 second. So, welcome to the 4th edition of Catalysing Conversations, Endeavor Nigeria's annual Scale-Up Entrepreneurship Summit. After 2 years of hosting this event virtually, I am delighted to be in the same room with all of you, and I look forward to the exciting conversations from our exciting lineup of speakers. At Endeavor, we believe that entrepreneurship is a powerful economic tool and that high-impact entrepreneurs transform economies. We define high-impact entrepreneurs as those with the biggest ideas, the greatest potential to achieve meaningful scale, and the ability to inspire, mentor, and reinvest in the next generation. Today's high-impact entrepreneurs often innovate through tech-enabled platforms, products, and services, thereby creating the jobs of the future. At the core of our mindset is the conviction that job creation, innovation, and overall prosperity flourishes where there is robust support for high-impact entrepreneurs. We offer a best-in-class seal of approval, an unrivaled personal and professional network, frictionless co-investment capital, and a peer-to-peer network in a truly global setting. Today, Endeavor operates in 41 emerging and underserved markets around the world. We have offices in Asia, Latin America, Europe, North America, Canada, and of course, Africa. We have over 2,100 high-impact entrepreneurs, leading 1,300 companies in our global portfolio. In 2021, Endeavor entrepreneurs generated $34 billion in revenue, created over 2 million jobs, and raised over $13 billion in capital. Thank you. The theme for our event today is building big bubbles, and there couldn't be a better time to have this conversation. As our startup ecosystem establishes itself as one of the most exciting and promising in the world, investing in its long-term success is essential. We want to stimulate the powerful effect of building big bubbles through high-impact entrepreneurs. But before we go too far, I think it's important that we define what we mean by big bubbles. We refer to big bubbles as successful entrepreneurs who invest their time and capital in the next generation. We are already seeing a few big bubbles in our ecosystem today. Big bubbles like Tayo Oviosu from Paga, Benga Abola from Flutterwave, Christian Whistles and Jasper Hardenberg from Daystar Power, and Odunayo Iweni from Piggyvest. These Endeavor entrepreneurs embody our ethos of dreaming bigger, scaling faster, and more importantly, paying it forward, whether by investing their time into mentoring younger entrepreneurs or by simply growing their investment. But we need more. We want this to be the norm across our ecosystem. We want successful entrepreneurs to breed the next generation of successful entrepreneurs. Linda Rottenberg, who is the co-founder and CEO of Endeavor Global, always says that a unicorn that doesn't breed even more unicorns is just an endangered species. And I quite agree with her. So what do we need to do to create big bubbles, and how do we make them work? It's all about investing. Investing our time, investing our knowledge, and of course, investing our capital. When it comes to time, I know that it can often feel like there are not enough hours in a day to get all our work done. But there is no substitute for spending time on what matters. It doesn't have to be a long period, but making yourself available can transform a young entrepreneur. Making yourself available, especially to help with specific challenges or as a sounding board, can go a long way. We've all heard the saying that experience is the best teacher. Many of us have amassed a wealth of knowledge and experience over our many years of leading various organizations. These experiences can be the difference between being mediocre and being excellent for many young entrepreneurs. And last, but certainly not least, is capital. Capital is very important. Various reports have suggested that lack of capital is one of the most common reasons why businesses fail. It's easy to think that there's a lot of funding coming into the ecosystem today, but our research showed that there's still a great need for capital, especially in early stage companies. I strongly believe that we have barely scratched the surface regarding what the new generation of African innovators and entrepreneurs can achieve. However, for that potential to become a reality, we all need to play our part. Success must not end with us. we must ensure that the next generation is also as successful or even more successful. I would like to thank our sponsors for partnering with us on this event: Team Apt, Flutterwave, the Aliko Dangote Foundation, Chapel Hill Denim, Stanbic IBTC, Film One, FSDH Merchant Bank, and Elevate Education. I would also like to thank the chairman and the vice chairman and the entire board of Endeavor Nigeria for their relentless support to the organization and to our entrepreneurs. Thank you so much once again for joining us, and I do hope you have a fantastic time at today's event.
A round of applause again for our CEO, Managing Director and CEO, Tosin Faniro. Great speech. Thank you so much. All right, up next, we have a video about Journey to 5. Endeavor Nigeria opened their first offices in 2018, and so you're going to see a video now about the journey. Have you ever asked an entrepreneur in Nigeria about their journey? It's a long story, right? Where they tell you about the hurdles that they've crossed and the different things they've had to get past. So we're going to take a look at that video right now. Congratulations to Endeavor Nigeria, getting on 5 years. We hope that 5 years becomes 15, 25, 50, and so on and so forth. So here is that video right now, Journey to 5.
My name is Tosin Faniro Dada.
Tidopi Tiside.
Mide Alonga.
Tayo Biosu.
Bolaji Balogun.
Feolua Orioke.
Zatopikwe.
Eloho Mame.
My name is Andrew Ali.
Linda Rotenberg.
Yemi Lalude.
My name is Peter.
I'm the president and founder of ANAP Foundation. I guess my second title is founder of Stanbic IBTC Bank.
I am the global growth lead at Field Intelligence and co-founder at Shelf Life.
Partner and head of Africa at TPG, a global private equity firm.
CEO and co-founder of AutoCheck Africa.
I'm the Chief Executive Officer of Zigzag Advisory Limited.
I'm a partner at TLCom Capital and a co-founder of First Check Africa.
I'm the Chief Commercial Officer at Flutterwave.
I'm co-founder and CEO of PiggyVest.
I run Chapel Hill Denim in Lagos, Nigeria.
Founder and group CEO of Platinum.
I'm the manager of the Entrepreneurship, Seduction and Growth team at Endeavor Nigeria.
And I am the managing director at Endeavor Nigeria.
The co-founder and CEO of Endeavor.
I really can't believe it's already been 5 years.
Is almost no place I'd rather be, except with my girls, than with
the Endeavor Nigeria YouTube page, youtube.com/Endeavor Nigeria. So remember, as we just said, you can scan the QR code on the back of your tag, and you'll be able to send questions to our different panelists about the conversations that they're going to be having. Are we? Yes? Okay, the video. I'll stay here and make sure it comes on. Okay, there it is. All right, the video is on. Okay.
My name is Tosin Faniro Dada.
Tidopi Tiside.
Mide Alonga.
Tayo Biosu.
Bolaji Balogun.
Feolua Orioke.
Zatopikwe.
Eloho Mame.
My name is Andrew Ali.
Linda Rotenberg.
Yemi Lalude.
My name is Peter.
I'm the president and founder of ANAP Foundation. I guess my second title is founder of Stanbic IBTC Bank.
I am the global growth lead at Field Intelligence and co-founder at Shelf Life.
Partner and head of Africa at TPG, a global private equity firm.
CEO and co-founder of AutoCheck Africa.
I'm the Chief Executive Officer of Zigzag Advisory Limited.
I'm a partner at TLCom Capital and a co-founder of First Check Africa.
I'm the Chief Commercial Officer at Flutterwave.
I'm co-founder and CEO of PiggyVest.
I run Chapel Hill Denim in Lagos, Nigeria.
Founder
co-founder and group CEO of Platinum.
I'm the manager of the entrepreneurship, selection and growth team at Endeavor, Nigeria.
And I am the managing director at Endeavor, Nigeria.
The co-founder and CEO of Endeavor.
I really can't believe it's already been 5 years.
Is almost no place I'd rather be, except with my girls, than with you virtually to celebrate and toast the 5th anniversary of Endeavor, Nigeria.
I've been involved right from inception of Endeavor Nigeria.
Since December 2018.
October 2019.
Since 2017.
I've been in the Endeavor network now for a couple of months.
I've been a part of the Endeavor network since 2019.
From the very start of Endeavor in Nigeria.
We're the newest Endeavor Nigeria members, so only a couple months.
They were trying to build something, and they decided to approach people like me who they felt were like-minded.
A phone call from Faisal El Khalil. They were thinking about, putting together an Endeavor network in Nigeria. The moment that he familiarized me with Endeavor, I very readily was excited about it and decided to get involved.
The Endeavor Network is probably the largest network of entrepreneurs and mentors and partners globally. And so when we got the opportunity to join, it was kind of a no-brainer that we would join.
It's like if you could talk to anybody who has done almost anything you want to do, if you could get access to anybody who has done almost anything you want to do, why wouldn't you join the network?
The endless possibilities of Endeavor, I think that was what inspired me to want to be part of the network.
Our selection process was to join the network was very grueling. I mean, it took about 1 year, 1 month.
Yeah, it was a very rigorous process. Lots of meetings, lots of conversations. I also tell people that you have to be committed to go through that process.
There's a lot of quite knowledgeable people who really do this stuff. And you couldn't kind of like bullshit. I didn't think you could bullshit your way through it.
My most memorable experience would have to be the startup of the operations in Nigeria. Again, this was a vision, a dream, if you will, that we had, but it was really incredible to see it come together.
I've got many memorable experiences with Endeavor.
The international selection panel was my most memorable experience.
My first international selection panel, which was in Manila in the Philippines.
Attending my first ISP, was exciting.
Was actually the Outliers Retreat, I think in 2019. And it was memorable because of the number of people who I really had a deep connection with.
It was really nice to see a gathering of entrepreneurs being vulnerable with each other.
Endeavor has evolved in the last 5 years, especially in Nigeria. I think, of course, we started off as a little unknown outfit.
Since I stepped down as managing director of Endeavor Nigeria, it has been a bittersweet experience to watch the growth and the explosion of Endeavor's network.
And it's actually quite amazing to see what's gone on in only 5 years. I think it's 32 different entrepreneurs.
The network has grown. We've grown the number of mentors to about 33 mentors today. We've grown the number of entrepreneurs to about 33 entrepreneurs as well, and the number of companies in our portfolio to 16 companies.
It's now moving into, not just impacting the entrepreneurs, but now, sort of Endeavor impacting the immediate society.
It's very, very exciting because if I project out the next 5 years, I am positive that Nigeria is going to play a leadership role in the really global rest of the world technological, innovation.
What I've seen over the past 2 years since I've joined is the entrepreneurs that came in during the pandemic were ones that weren't sure what was happening, but then they've been able to sort of survive through the pandemic, and now they're poised to great scale.
Being able to give back, being able to have impact beyond my company, beyond my immediate ecosystem.
I've always been, supportive of, younger entrepreneurs coming behind me. But I think that Endeavor has also enriched that process and, brought, some broader perspectives to it for me.
I believe that in order to transform our economies, we need to develop new businesses, focusing on the latest technology and newest business models. And that's what Endeavor tries to promote by finding and assisting high-powered, high-impact entrepreneurs.
We hope for many, many and it's going to be about digitizing informality, Nigeria's $200 billion opportunity. So very much looking forward to this. Again, on the other side of your tag, there is a QR code which you can use to send questions in. So let me first call up our moderator, who of course is our vice chair of the board of directors of Endeavor Nigeria, Mr. Bolaji Balogun, CEO, Chapel Hill, Denham. And next up, Anu Adasolum, who is the co-founder and CEO of B2B company Sabi. You're very welcome. Round of applause. And our third speaker is going to be with us in just a moment, just getting prepared as he comes to the stage pretty soon. Have to make sure all the technical A to Z's are together before he gets on. So that we're going to be introducing very soon our third speaker. But again, digitizing informality, Nigeria's $200 billion opportunity. Okay, so he's ready? All right, so let's also
So do you have my talking points?
To the stage.
Do you know where I'm going to start?
I have no idea.
So I'm going to ask you to
start by telling Runda, who is the CEO of Team Apps. Okay. Tosin, you're very welcome.
And how you started out in business. Okay?
That's a funny
Tosin.
conversation.
First time I'm meeting Tosin
Good to
in
see
real
you.
life.
Oh, no.
Well done.
Longest time.
Virtual interview the last time. All right, you're all set.
Great. Really delighted to be. Can you all hear me in the room? Perfect. Good morning and welcome to, for me, a really exciting opportunity. I have to speak with two of Nigeria's most exciting entrepreneurs. If you're not in this ecosystem, you're probably wondering who they are. You've probably used their services and their business. Really delighted to welcome this morning both Anu and Tosin. And I'm going to start off by just asking Anu, tell us a bit about early life, how you ended up in business, and why you decided to build Sabi.
Early life. I don't quite know where to start there.
Start with education. I want people to just understand and be able to relate to your background.
Okay, fair enough. So actually, funny enough, my education has a lot to do with how I ended up here. So I studied economics and politics, and then I did my master's in management, organizations, and governance at LSE. And as part of my thesis, it was a project, an entrepreneurial project, and we were invited to join I don't know if you know Rainmaking, the boot camp.
Yes.
The accelerator in Copenhagen. So that was my first startup kind of thing. But I was homesick, so I came home to do NYSC and kind of abandoned that company. And then I was working in Dangote and then KPMG in management consulting and so on. But then I ended up in Jumia. My last role at Jumia was offline sales. And it was a really big part of the business that we didn't grow too aggressively because Jumia was very focused on the online part of things. But it's where I really learned how to handle the offline elements and agent networks and so on. And then I was at Rensource, which is a distributed energy company which does renewable energies, and we were very big in open air markets, powering those markets. And that was the other place that we did a lot of work on how to provide value-added services to the merchants we were powering. Then COVID came and scattered a lot of things. But what happened was our markets were shut down and the team was a bit bored. So we were trying to figure out how to help businesses. And so we released a tool, one of the tools we had built for value-added services. And that kind of snowballed into what Sabi was. So Sabi was born of a lot of learnings by myself and my co-founder from our previous experiences, and kind of took on a life of its own, yeah.
Fantastic. Anu doesn't tell you half the story, but I understand why she does this. She was born in retail, in markets in Nigeria. And I can very well understand why you do what you do. Tosi, tell us a bit about your early background and also how you came to build Team Apt.
Okay. I think I will go back maybe to my childhood. I think for me, I think I just realized I liked building. I think my early years were when so I didn't have toys growing up like that. So I used to build toys for myself. I just now realized that almost every free time I had, I was always doing one project or the other, electronics projects, engineering projects, and I liked making money out of it. So, of course, I progressed through school, was the JETS president in my secondary school. That's the Junior Engineers and Technicians. Got admission into Obafemi or Ife. Studied mechanical engineering there. I built a mini business in Ife then as a side project, helping students build their final year projects. And I think it was then that I kind of made a decision that I was going to build a company. Initially, I thought I was going to build like a hardware company, like a Sony, a Samsung. I think it was quick. I quickly realized that China was going to win us hands down in that. So I refocused my efforts on software.
Yep.
So immediately after school, I got a job in InterSwitch. At that time, InterSwitch is still one of the coolest startups then. And I got a referral to work there. So I became an engineer there. Did about 5 years, moving from roles from engineering to engineering leadership to product management, and started Team Apt in 2015.
Fantastic.
Yeah, that's how my background kind of evolved.
Excellent.
Engineering and business.
So there's something about both of your businesses for me which is really a greater sort of purpose or mission than just making money. And I want to hear it in your own words. I'll start with you, Tosi, and I'll come back to you, Anu.
So I think the way I see money is a measure of success. It's not the goal. And I think the goal, there are much more longer lasting goals. Typically, the best one is impact. Typically is how can you change, improve lives of people around you. Oftentimes, it's a social mission. And if you're a for-profit organization, the best way to measure that impact is profits at the end of the day. So if you're a for-profit company, and that's what we are, I basically measure myself. The biggest moments of happiness for me have always been when I have seen lives literally transform in front of me, from people that were barely making ends meet, now becoming pillars of their society. And we have thousands and thousands of such stories. And if at the end of the day, you can see money also being accumulated somewhere, then I think it's an ultimate measurement of success for me.
Fantastic. Anu?
So perhaps I will speak to what you referred to. So yeah, I come from a family of entrepreneurs, industrial background. And so I grew up kind of on the manufacturing floor. And also in distributorships and so on. And what you see and learn very quickly is, how small changes on a macro level just can completely destroy micro level dynamics in people's lives and so on. And I think one thing I've always been very conscious about is, similar to Tosin, is what can you do that, of course, you want to make money, but what are you doing that's changing lives? And I think at Sabi for us, we're very deliberate in our thesis on how to grow businesses, being not about displacing a part of the value chain, but about enabling it. So what we do is focus on how are we helping the businesses we work with grow. And we measure that in two ways. Either we're helping you reduce your costs, or we're helping you increase your top line. How are we helping you make more money? And it's a very, very validating feeling. Like, you know, people call you up. Like, sometimes merchants call me up when they need something, or, you know, they send text. They literally send text praying for team members and things like that. And it's a super gratifying thing.
Fantastic. Yeah. So let me ask you both, because in a market like this, entrepreneurship is also about something that's quite important, which is job creation. How many people do you employ directly, and do you think about the number of people you employ indirectly?
How many people do we employ directly? Do you know, I do not know that number offhand. I think it's 250 something.
Fantastic.
In 3 countries.
And Tosin?
5,900.
These are the people keeping Nigeria growing.
But one thing I would say is, and especially with Team Apt, so we have 200 and something thousand merchants. I don't even know where to start with their numbers.
No, I didn't count the merchants.
No, I know. But what I'm saying is...
You didn't count the indirect, both of you.
What I'm saying is the impact is in the indirect.
Yeah, absolutely.
And Team Apt is doing that in a wild way, really special.
Absolutely. So you're all sitting in this market. It's got 214 million people today. Africa on a broader scale, which is your playing ground, has got 1.2 billion people. Over the next 20 years, potentially, Nigeria's 200 million people will become 400 million people, and there could potentially be up to 1.82 billion people living on this continent. If you think about what both of you do, and we think about, you know, the revenue opportunity around this, it's been viewed by some as a $200 billion revenue opportunity. I actually think that they are under-projecting it. How big do you think this opportunity is, and how do you grow, and how are you going to take advantage of the marketplace in which you are today over the next decade, as an example?
Okay. I mean, key stats, most African economies are informal. And GDPs, on a GDP basis, literally half of the GDP is generated in the informal markets. So on that's...
Or probably even unmeasured.
No, 80% is what we have.
Okay, thank you. Right. So let me rephrase and say a conservative estimation is a minimum of half.
Yeah.
So starting with that, 2, there's systematic exclusion. The reason is because the existing players, and like she said, not necessarily disruption, but simply because the tools and processes and technology and will that you need to be able to serve these guys have not really been built so far. So the time is kind of now to include these guys. So when you talk about this half of the GDP and the number of entrepreneurs and the number of people that they now employ, and the kind of opportunities that you have in empowering their payments, empowering their credits, in empowering their forex solutions, in giving them tools and businesses that they need to run their businesses, I kind of think that it's, like you mentioned, it's like the holy grail. For example, the kind of growth that we have experienced is not simply just because of entrepreneurship or great products. There are strong tailwinds of people that are yearning for solutions that will help and improve their lives. And the thing here is that Nigeria, being one of the largest economies in Africa, is even quite advanced, right? If you now start moving to more countries in Africa, in Central America, you will begin to now marvel at the scale. And this is a combination of 2 things. How do you access these things? And this is what prior to now has not been built. The right technology built for them. I'm not talking of imported technology or technologies connected together by some sellotape. Something purposely built for them. And distribution. it is, you can build something, but you won't be able to get it to them. If you are able to put
Combine
those two
it.
things together, distribution, right products, right incentives, I think there is there's a strong tailwind that is simply going to continue pushing you in those directions.
Yeah, I agree completely. So I think one thing, when you apply rigor and frameworks, and we size our market, we say it's 180 billion in the countries we're in and we plan to be in, $180 billion annualized. But to be honest, I think no one really understands the size of these markets.
Correct. Yeah.
Like when people see our numbers, they're like, wow, you guys grow like crazy. And I'm like, to be honest, ask me about market penetration. Because while you may look at our numbers against other startups and say these numbers are high, if you ask me my market penetration, is nothing. And these markets are huge. The issue is no one has really, really done the groundwork to go and capture the market. Distribution is literally everything.
It is.
It's like when Twitter is talking about technology, it's not just like this technology doesn't exist. It's how you combine it for the market you're delivering it to. And the difficulty is that groundwork. And to be honest, the organizational design needed to deliver that technology to the market is extremely difficult. It's extremely difficult to get people with the right skill sets to be able to think of how to distribute to this market. So that, I think, is why it hasn't been done. But if you're thinking about the size of the market and the potential, it's insane. And you're not just talking about places like Nigeria, where I think everyone kind of understands that Nigeria is this beast that no one has figured out how to tame. If you even go to places like the DRC, where you don't even have a road that connects the entire country, and you understand the appetite of the demand. I mean, you're talking about a dollarized economy that no one has built real solutions for. You begin to understand how we can really build businesses at serious scale. I think it sounds extremely cliche to say that this is Africa's time, but it really, really is. Because you have the investor interest that drives it, you have the demand, you have the technical know-how, and you have the people that are interested in staying here to deliver it. I think over the next few years, we'll see a number of very large companies solving local problems.
I think what strikes me about both of you, and I'm really happy, in the way that you both responded to those questions, is really that you are for young people, real masters of your craft. And you figured out some age-long problems on this continent in our informal markets that, MBA school could never have taught you. Work experience, if you don't get into, retail in a hands-on way in this markets, could never have taught you. And I think you really understand the potential and the scale that's available across these markets. As you built these businesses, they've grown very, very rapidly. I'm sure that you've experienced some growing pains and challenges. And I'd like to start with you, Anu. What are some of those growing pains and challenges?
Growing pains and challenges. To be honest, I think that's our biggest problem, is the growth rate is just too fast. See, I don't even know where to start. So I think, first of all, if I start on the dev side, which... so Nigerians are the hottest commodity in the world, Nigerian developers. So we have the problem of, can we use our own talent? So it's literally cheaper net to use European developers, because by the time you put in place, calculate the cost of turnover and the loss of traction from losing devs to Canadian, German, every company, so you have that kind of just technical development problems, which are solvable but painful to deal with. Then you have the problem of who actually has the capacity to deal with it. So for instance, my team's problem is, if I were to recruit someone today who can handle a target of $10 million a month, if I'm growing 40% a month, They can't handle that in 2 months. They're doing double what they're used to or they have the experience for. So you can't even recruit people with pertinent experience. You have to recruit people with pertinent experience that have a unique ability to grow. And this is not an African problem, it's a global problem. Right. You know, you're not just recruiting here. You're working with the best recruiters in the world. And it's actually very difficult to find people that can grow at that capacity. Yeah. So the shape and mindset and skill set of people you need to grow out at this pace is actually very difficult to do. And so I find, and I'm super interested to hear what Tosin will say, I find that the biggest challenge for me is people. And when I say people, people think, oh, you mean, because Africans don't have the skill set. No, Africans have the skill set. They're super fancy. They've gone to Harvard. They were on the ground. You know, you have super profiles here. But the problem is, globally, there are very few people that can work that hard and be that smart and see the vision and not burn out. Exactly. And understand cultural differences between Kenya and South Africa and Nigeria and still be kind and not get frustrated and shout on their teammates. And a business in the end is the people. The tech is built by people, etc. So I think that's the biggest challenge. And then the next thing for us is really around the balance in strategy. I think startups are very dangerous things. The startup dynamic, you know, I can literally see my co-founder's face telling me to shut up. But he's not, thankfully. The startup dynamic is an extremely unhealthy one in that it's not natural for a company to grow as fast as us. Yeah. It's not normal. There's no way that you expect a company to grow 2,000-3,000% a year and it's natural. Yeah. Someone is literally giving you money to kind of like kill yourself. And what's happening is they're like, hey, there's 10 of you, 8 of you are going to die, but the 2 of you that live, you know, you're going to make up for the 8. Yes. So everybody that's in that dynamic with you is trying to survive an unnatural dynamic. And so maintaining the sense that, you know what, I have to do this dance, but at the same time, I have to build a business that actually makes money.
That's it.
So for instance, there are times you could make the decision, I can be profitable.
Yep.
But then, you know, I shouldn't be profitable because this guy gave me $20 million. And that means that $20 million is trying to make me a unicorn. Meaning maybe I could make $1 million profit a month. But no, I need to give them $50 million a month. And where's the right line? So I think that's the other thing. Like when you're growing this fast, how do you still have healthy dynamics?
Yeah. Really, you know, great insights there.
Yeah, I think Anu said the 2 things that are my biggest challenges. Also. Like, sister, we're together. Yeah. So, I think talent is like the hardest thing right now, especially tech, specifically engineering and business leaders. And those are the 2 biggest problems that we also have in our organization. For example, I could say right now we have vacancies of say 100+ engineers right now.
Yeah.
Say that we have easily 100+ engineers vacancies. And for us, it's not, for example, even giving up finding senior engineering talents in Nigeria.
Yeah.
We've literally moved out, like Europe or Southeast Asia. And, but even still, finding them, even there, is still like a lot of work to do. Because technical talents are globally fungible. They can work anywhere. Big tech are also hiring they've been hiring like crazy. Yeah. Maybe they slow down now. So being able to fill those roles as fast as possible. Secondly, like she also mentioned, business leaders are capable of growing fast with the organization. These are unprecedented products. It's not just about experience. It's about you also having the ability and talent to be able to change as things are evolving with you. And you can't scale an organization by micromanaging people. You need to have people that you can give fire and forget. Give it to them, literally just check back, and they are making very good decisions. So, hook, line, and sinker, everything she said is spot on.
Excellent.
Secondly, will be fundraising also. Yep. Investor stuff. We're in a slightly different position because we are profitable, growing fast also. Yep. But also, you know, if one of the things that you're trying to do is to go for an eventual exit, you also need to build a certain kind of profile. And I think there are just few companies at our scale right now, and that's kind of like bringing up special problems. The problem now is investors are specifically thinking about exits. How can if you're AB, you're still thinking, okay, I can exit to the next investor. But anybody who is coming on a CD is thinking, now there are not too many stories out there of those kind of possibilities. So they are needing to come up with new routes, new systems with clarity of how this can happen. And it's probably not the same problem that an European or an American startup of the same scale will have.
And that's a really good segue into the next point that I'm going to make. I think first and foremost, when you look at these two entrepreneurs, I really want to send a message of hope to young Nigerians every day who get up and, they wake up, they're thinking about how they're going to end up in Canada. Some of the things they're going to look for in Canada are being built here. World-class businesses that will become very, very valuable. Remember this date, all of you in the audience. At least one of these two businesses will not only be a unicorn, one of these two businesses, actually at the scale that they're growing, can become a decacorn. And the 13th of October 2022, I said it on this stage, and I hope you all don't forget it. But I think you all have a unique responsibility in this environment. And I'm going to pick on a couple of things. As you travel this journey, it's really important that we ensure that there is local capital in everything you do. Otherwise, what we will do is you would have built these unique businesses that are solving uniquely Nigerian and African problems, and all of the value and the IP is owned, somewhere else in the world. It's also important that you're really true to those Endeavor ethos about dragging along the ecosystem and ensuring that some part of your capital structure is Nigerian, I think is very, very fundamental. The second thing to my mind that I want you all to think about, and I'll challenge you all with, is how we scale up. The world is short of software engineers, not just Nigeria. And a large part of Nigeria's development will come from digitalizing Nigeria. And you both play very, very unique roles with your businesses, as well as the next business we'll be hearing from in that ecosystem. And I really hope that you keep that very much in your focus, how you can also help to develop, right, and invest into, developing the next generation of Nigerian software engineers. I think that's really important. Now, let me, as we round up, ask each and every one of you to look into the future and tell me, what that future sort of portends for each of your individual businesses. Tell us a bit about where you are in terms of capital raising. Both of you have raised a bit of capital. How you think about, going forward, and you've touched on potential exits, also talk about exit pathways. Can I start with you, Tosin? I'll come back to you, Annie.
All right. If we're looking to the future, I'd say in 5 years' time, what will the mapped money point look like? We will be servicing millions of actively millions of businesses will be using our platforms. Possibly a few units of millions of businesses will be servicing will be active on our platforms, doing payments, credits, and some business tools. We'll be present in more countries than we're currently present in, possibly also outside of Africa in more emerging markets. We should be having revenues getting close to $1 billion, if not on that already. We will continue being profitable, maintaining healthy gross margins. Exits, we probably, it's one of three things. Either we've listed or we have a very heavy PE buyout, or we...
Yeah, very heavy.
So maybe a good portion is acquired by some PEs, or maybe some acquisition, outright acquisition. I think one of those three things.
That's true.
There, yeah.
Anu?
What will Savvy look like? I think we're in 3 countries today. No francophone. I think we'll be entering the francophone space more, possibly outside Africa, but our focus tends to be Africa. For us, what our game is really at making sure we're enabling as many businesses to grow and enabling as many livelihoods as possible. I think in terms of quantums, I always think about it, who I most think about is MTN. So because when people are looking at Nigeria's GDP, they're always looking at like the official number, but if you think that MTN managed to double, I think a 1 trillion naira performance in the space of a year, I think the size of the markets is clear and the possibility of growth, because if you assume people are spending even if you make it 10% of their disposable income on credit, it's still a wild number.
Yeah.
In terms of exits, the perennial question of every large investor, I think the most likely for most companies and us is going public. There's always the possibility of a very large buyout, but we'll see. I always struggle when talking about the future, except to say that I'm very clear on the size of the demand and our ability to meet it. And I'm very clear that we will continue to multiply significantly year on year.
Fantastic. Let me thank you both this morning. You're a remarkable example of the pleasure that people like, myself, our board member, Jadid, our chairman, Atedo Peterside, why we enjoy, being involved with Endeavor. I've really been very, very blessed to sit, this morning with 2 remarkable young Nigerians building an incredible future, not only for this country, but for this continent. I'm even prouder of the businesses that you've built, both of you, and keep it going. Please don't ever change. And the more you succeed, the more humble you must stay. God bless you both. I've had a phenomenal time talking to them. Please give them a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We actually did have one question that came in. I remember we were asking our audience to use the QR code on the back of the tag.
Fantastic.
Yeah, so we just had one question that came in that asked for entrepreneurs in the tech ecosystem, Tosi and Anu, how do you navigate past, that's in the tech ecosystem in Nigeria, how do you navigate past the infrastructure challenges?
I think you should consider that an opportunity, in my own opinion. There are some that you just really can't do, but that's really the opportunity. If the infrastructure was there, everybody would have done it.
Correct.
So
exactly. That's the work. It's like, it's the infrastructure gaps you're solving for, right? And I think we have a sometimes dangerous mindset where we think like, maybe it's real and there are problems, but also it's just what it is. You just have to design around it.
Yeah.
It's just a thing. It's like the sky is blue, there's infrastructure, wahala.
So if I give an example now, if in the UK you can get cards delivered very, very
like
easily because there are UK royal parcel delivery services. In Nigeria, you have to build it out. But in the UK, you can also have several startups building the same thing. Here, only a few people that can execute.
Absolutely.
And I also think as we build out those systems, it will spur on new entrepreneurship to come support those systems, and infrastructure can develop from the private angle.
I've had the privilege of speaking to this morning Tosin Eniolorunda from Team Apt, Anu Adedoyin Adasolum from Sabi. Ladies and gentlemen, please give them a warm round of applause.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Well done.
And a round of applause for our moderator as well, Mr. Bolaji Balogun, Vice Chair of the Board of Directors for Endeavor Nigeria. Great conversations there. Up next, we are going to have a TED-style talk on the journey to scale and expansion. And remember, that is pretty much part of the theme of the annual Scale-Up Entrepreneurship Summit of Endeavor Nigeria. So, please, a warm welcome to Ifeoluwa Orioke, who is the Chief Commercial Officer for Flutterwave. One round of applause.
Do I need this? I'm not sure. Good morning. Okay, can everybody hear me? Good morning, everybody. My name is Ife. I think first of all, let me say how thoroughly I enjoyed the session before. Great job that Anu and Tosin are doing. I don't think I wanted it to end, either because I didn't want to speak, but because there was a lot of amazing nuggets in there. And thank you to Mr. Balogun as well. It reminded me of the privilege that we actually do have of being part of this network. That I'm able to, because it sounded like a conversation I'd had with Mr. Balogun 10 times. And so it was interesting to hear other people's answers. But the fact that we can have those conversations, and share knowledge and get guidance for what we're trying to do. So thank you very much, sir. I think these guys have shared everything that there is to share, to be honest. I'm supposed to be speaking about the journey to scale and expansion. Most of my friends think I am at least 60 years old. I myself believe I'm a good 54, not 60 yet. And I say that because I start with a time-old adage. And it's very ironic for tech and innovation because that adage is slow but steady wins the race. But in tech, everything is rapid. Innovation itself is rapid. Discussion with government, policy is slow. Technology is fast. I imagine that if I said that in the office or with my team, I'd probably get kicked off the Zoom because we don't do anything slow.
So the host will introduce you then.
But if I'm to tell our journey, I think it's been one of very slow, although it looks super fast, but very slow and steady growth. So yesterday night, I figured out what I was going to say today. I had my talking points. I had never Googled the word or searched or defined the word scale. And then I did yesterday, and it said the right size to solve the problem. I'd never seen it before. I never thought about it because even on this, the previous session, I think the word scale was used at least 10 times. And it's something that we all say, at least in tech. But I read it and I thought about it. I said, the right size to solve the problem. And then I suddenly felt very unqualified to have this conversation. Because at Flutterwave, 6 years in, we haven't solved the problem. We seem to be a very large fintech, but I don't believe that we are yet the right size to solve the problem because the problem still very much exists. And so I ripped apart the talking points. Instead, I'm going to just tell you 3 stories about our journey and hopefully touch on 3 things that other companies, startups, visionaries can pick up as pointers for their own journey. This is our journey. It's by no means what other people should do or an approach that they should take, but perhaps there is something in there for everybody. Before I tell the first story, let's just get it out of the way. The chicken and egg with growth and this thing called scale and expansion. The chicken and egg is money, it's capital. Capital and growth go hand in hand. To get capital, you need to demonstrate growth. To grow, you need to get capital. What do you do, right? And there are 3 very quick things on capital, because I just want to get that out of the way. And those three things would be, I think, the role that capital actually plays, how you measure growth for you as a company, and how you validate that growth as a company. Like I said earlier, capital and growth go hand in hand. So you need the money. But I think tech startups have a unique advantage in that growth really means anything. People have scored valuations on, having 1 million customers. Some people have scaled and had 10 customers and had no EBIT or negative EBITDA, and they've gotten huge valuations. So when you think of, the tech space, growth really is anything. It's the number of customers, it's your profit, it's your technology, it's who you acquired, who you did not acquire. In the case of these guys, it's the informal sector, something that is not even measured or measurable on the continent. Then the next thing is how you validate that growth, which is where, again, investors come in. What are they interested in? I remember when we were doing Series A, there were metrics that we were asked for, and they didn't even make sense. Because it was like, come to Africa, what are you talking about? Like, we don't have a database where you just plug in numbers and these things just pop up. But the reality is, in order to scale, you have to be able to validate that growth. External people have to be able to validate that growth. Now, obviously, it's depending on you and what that growth is. So to our first story of growth, it's partnerships and the role that partnerships has played in our own journey. We started 6 years ago, and we had a very small payments company in Nigeria act as our primary customer to essentially test out our technology. We were very fortunate, but it wasn't at the scale that we wanted. We wanted to raise some money. We wanted to grow. And so we found out that there was an opportunity in San Francisco. We got on a plane and we went to San Francisco to have a conversation with Uber. And I remember sitting in that room and thinking, chances are these people think we're mad. Because what have you done to come to this room and have a conversation? But that is where partnership is very interesting. And I don't refer to Uber as our customer because they shared a value that we shared. They understood the market complexities in the way that we did, and they were very, very desperate to solve a problem. And the reason I talk about that partnership is because on our scale journey, Uber has played a critical role. So we partnered with Uber in Nigeria, and we started to serve them. And today, we have moved from Nigeria to Ghana, to Kenya, to South Africa, to Egypt. I'll tell you a story about our Europe expansion with Uber. And it's interesting that an African fintech is going to service Uber in Europe, where there are other companies. I just realized when I said I was going to tell you that I can't tell you for confidentiality reasons. But it's interesting because it's a partnership. Right before our Series D, C or D, C, we launched Uber Cash with Uber. And what that did for them was create additional rides for them, which expanded their business. And so what Uber has done in each of the markets that I mentioned outside of Nigeria is kick out who they were working with. So if you have the right partner, that journey to scale can be easy. We entered the Kenyan market not because we were very desperate to go, but we had a customer who wanted to go to Kenya. And so we got on a plane and went to figure out what that's going to look like. Second story, I think the first one is a good story. The second one is a bad story, and that is collaboration, the role that collaboration plays in this journey to expansion. And this collaboration I'm talking about is really about your critical stakeholders. In Africa, I think one thing that every entrepreneur, visionary should be aware of is government is one of your most critical, if not your most critical, stakeholder. And that's because we are an evolving market and things can change overnight with one policy, with one pronunciation. There are many things that people are probably thinking as I'm talking about this, because there are publicly available stories and tales of our journey. in this expansion and in this situation. But I remember that in January of 2020, I was in Ghana. No, February, I was in Ghana. I picked up my phone, I called Mr. Balogun. The day before, earlier in that day, Mr. Peterside had sent a call, I'd put a call forward to GB as well. And that was because they were trying to help us understand this stakeholder, understand the need for collaboration, and being able to sit down. And so now within our system, we have, I think, a team of about 20-something people and growing that are devoted to understanding collaboration with this stakeholder. It is important that we are able to carry or drag stakeholders, that is, regulators and governments, along. Because, like I said, they can make or mar you. I think African regulators have been really good in that there's a casual, let's wait and see what happens with these people. And in that wait and see stance, it's a great opportunity to go, to knock on the door and say, hey, what's going on? Here's what we're thinking. Here's how we can relate it to what you are familiar with. We spend so much time and effort in doing workshops, right? I'll say this, no matter how great your team, you can still run into problems. Reality check. And so you cannot overemphasize, or I cannot overemphasize, this particular story in our journey. We're 6 years in. I think we are very clearly still learning what it means to collaborate with government and stakeholders. But I think the continent, the regulator, provides a very unique opportunity for us. I think that better than the Western markets, we have a chance to really craft what it is that it looks like for us. We were at a meeting yesterday, and we were challenging the idea that rules that apply in the West should apply to us. A simple example, success rates for cards can be determined by banks and are determined by banks. But if I said to you, somebody called you, or you called somebody in the US or in Spain, and you said, buy me food, it's logical to you that that can happen. That somebody sent you a message while you were away and said, oh, I need to order pizza, send me money for pizza. But if I was having this conversation in Maryland or in DC, it doesn't make sense to anybody that somebody in a different country would ask somebody in another country to buy them food in real time. And because of those kind of use cases, simple things like success rates get hampered. But that in itself is an opportunity for us to engage our guys so that they can engage at the levels that are most important. The last story, I would say, is the best story. And I think Anu and Tosin touched on it, which is people. I will talk about people in two ways. We started as 4 people in the 5th roundabout that is now, I think it's, I'm not sure, Igwefon, Ikate something. That's where we started, 4 people. We moved to Lekki and we became 12 people, and then we became about 47 people. And then in about 2.5 months, we became 130 people. And the truth is we didn't recognize ourselves and we didn't know ourselves anymore. There were investment bankers like myself. There were bankers like GB. There were millennials. There were Gen Zs. Let's not even talk about Gen Zs. There were all kinds of people from all kinds of places with all kinds of ideas. And our culture became like mashed potatoes. We didn't really know what we were doing anymore. We didn't understand ourselves. And so we set on a quest to change what we look like. We were in multiple locations. And so I think for a week, we all worked together, and we did no work at all. So if your payments failed in that week, we apologize. It was a long time ago. It was 2018. And we tried to build or understand what our culture was. That was when we defined our vision together, not a group of founders just saying this is what our vision is or these are our core values. And then 130 people, we woke up and it was 300 people. And then 300 people woke up and there was COVID. And no, we were 200 and then there was COVID and we became 400 people. And about 2 months ago, we became 700 people. And this is adding the concept of jackpot to it as well, right? Because I don't know how many, I think we're going to create a Flutterwave Canada soon. I think we're going to create a Flutterwave Netherlands because people are so critical. People are so critical to your business. The older they are, for me, and I don't mean necessarily by age, but in the system, the better. Because that is money that you don't have to spend to train somebody else to scale to the level that you are in. But like Anu said, it's costly to think that you're going to maintain people. You're not going to pay somebody Naira and then Canada. You're not going to do those things, right? But people continue to be the most important thing that we have. In March of this year, for the first time, we met everybody in the company. We weren't 700 yet, we're still about 500. We all went to Ghana to sort of figure out what this scale thing was. I think that is the one place that I've actually seen scale, because I was scared when I walked into the room and I saw 500 people who, in most cases, are the breadwinners in their families. And let's average that to 2 per family or 3 per family. That's 1,500 people. That's 1,500 people who are touching other lives. That's over 1 million merchants who employ possibly 2 other people. And the sheer size of what I was looking at, I genuinely broke out. I think "froke" is a word. I genuinely broke out because the little dream that we had that started in Lekki with 4 people was now this ginormous thing in front of us. We continue to learn how to work with people. We continue to think around retention innovation. How do we keep our best assets? And within a system that is constrained by many things, we can't endlessly increase remuneration to match FX volatility. We can't sustain having 700 people in a different country or on a different continent, where most of our revenue is coming from here. But the people story is one that we're passionate about. People both in terms of the guys that are in Flutterwave and people in terms of the customers that we do serve. There is a need, and I think in thinking about scale and expansion, and I think Anu and Tosin touched on it as well, the future of this continent is going to be solved by the people of this continent. The problem of this continent is going to be solved by the right size of solutions for this continent. At Flutterwave, we value people. We value our journey. We're very happy with our journey. We have learned a tremendous lot about ourselves, about our market, about our investors, about our regulators and stakeholders. And we continue to seek opportunities to invest. 200 new people, some of them will definitely japa. But the hope is that we can build those people for the next 5 to 10 years, and they become critical assets, not only for Flutterwave, but for the country. More than 12 other startups have come out of Flutterwave people. And I hope that on this journey to scale and expansion, the next time I'm telling you this story, I can maybe be more qualified or believe a bit more that we are the right size to solve the problem. I don't think we are there yet, but I hope that with my little stories, I've shared something useful with you guys today. Thank you.
Ifelo, we actually have a question that came in while you were speaking.
A question?
Yes.
The
question was, how patient should an entrepreneur be when it comes to scaling? How patient before taking that next step to scale?
How patient should an entrepreneur be? I know Antos is still in the room. I don't know the answer. Tosin said a few things. Anu said something that was very critical, which is trying to do this thing and still remain yourself and remain human and without the frustrations. Even on your best day, and you decide that I was coming here and the car in front of me just decided that today was the day that they were going to be who they were going to be. And sometimes you're not patient. I don't want to stand here and suggest that, we have it figured out. People frustrate you. the environment frustrates you, your business frustrates you, your vision frustrates you, your own systems frustrate you, your partners frustrate you. I think it goes back to understanding what growth is. What is growth to you? What is your own vision for growth? And I think that tells you how patient you need to be. In our case, we are able to serve customers in 33 African countries. Whether we like it or not, we're learning patience. It's one of the things that, like I said, we've learned about ourselves. We've learned that there's only so much that is within our control. And you're better able to move the needle by focusing on your partners, your stakeholders, and your own people. I think the patience hopefully comes to you, and if it doesn't, don't beat yourself up for it. That's my answer.
Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Excellent talk there from Ifeoluwa. All right. Up next, I want to recognize the presence of the British Deputy High Commissioner in Lagos, Mr. Ben Llewellyn-Jones. Round of applause, please. And also, Lagos State, the Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu, ably represented by Mr. Olalere Odushote, who is the Honorable Commissioner for Energy, Lagos. In fact, we're actually going to get some remarks from him right now. So please, round of applause.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'll try and be very brief so you can get back to the business of the day. I'm told that I'm a politician these days, and this is not a political gathering. Today is day 1,234, 1,234 days since Mr. Governor took office in Lagos. Now, why do I know this? Because Mr. Governor said to us when we started, you must number your days. You have 1,461 days to make a difference. We have 227 days left to go. When we started, we had a session which was in the transition committee, which is to look at the programs of Lagos State, because he also made it clear, your job, or the jobs of the people who will come and take office with me, will be to hold their positions in trust and only to make lives easier for the businesses and the residents in Lagos. Now, this is like when you're in traffic and your lane is moving. You almost never realize that your lane is moving faster than the other lanes. However, if your lane is the one that's slow and everyone else is going ahead of you, you notice that your lane is slow and you start to wonder why your driver is in that lane, and if you're driving, how you can move to a lane that is moving. You always notice when there's an inconvenience and you don't notice when things are going well. So he said when people blame the government and complain a lot and don't give kudos when you've done something really good, understand that that's just the way human nature is. One of the things people complain a lot about is traffic in Lagos. Nobody remembers that Molues have disappeared in Lagos. I don't know if anybody was around who remembers those yellow buses and all the issues they had. Nobody remembers. But suddenly, everybody remembers when you have an encounter with LASMA. So please forgive them when you see them on the road. One of the things, or some of the things that happened when we started was some people had their jobs given to them. Some others were asked, what exactly is it that you can do? I am by the grace of God and the pleasure of the governor, I am the Honorable Commissioner, Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources. Two things that people complained about on the campaign trail, the two biggest things was traffic management and electricity. So he said to me, what can you do about electricity? I said, well, electricity is a concurrent responsibility, but it's currently the purview of the federal government. Nobody has any laws that regulate electricity but the federal government. He said, well, what can you do? You've been there for a long time. I said, well, one of the things we can do is to separate the Lagos market from the rest of the country and then stabilize that market such that residents and businesses can thrive. And when I said that, everybody kept quiet because to them, what I was saying was not possible. But this is Lagos. If we're not audacious about our goals, we're in trouble. And I'll explain. Lagos receives 800,000 migrants on an annual basis. And that's inorganic growth. I'm not talking about the births that happen in Lagos to add to the population. Lagos is sitting on 0.4% of Nigeria's landmass. So Lagos, with 13% of Nigerians currently living on 0.4% of Nigeria's landmass, is a crowded city, and it's going to get more crowded. It's not going to change. And the question is why. Some people say Lagos is suffering from its successes. And the question is, why is Lagos successful? It's successful because everybody comes to Lagos because Lagos represents hope, at least in Nigeria. And we take that responsibility not very lightly. We take it very seriously. Every time we sit down to discuss what the opportunities are for us to make lives better for businesses and the residents of Lagos, it's a very difficult argument. We had, and we also understand what the future is. We had an economic summit yesterday and the day before yesterday where we sat down and spoke to people. Now, over the past 9 economic summits we've had in Lagos, we've had 222 resolutions come out of them. Lagos has implemented 95% of those resolutions. So we take it seriously. When we say we want to do something, we've been fortunate that we've had people who are committed to ensuring that we continue to work towards it. In terms of support for entrepreneurs, again, when I listen to what the people who've been part of Endeavor has said, I start to think to myself, should the government continue to do what it's doing, or should it actually look at partnering with people such as Endeavor to help them reach more people? Again, we can leverage what we have to work with them. The MD of Endeavor will tell you this. So far, Lagos has, in the past 4 years, spent 11 billion supporting about 11,000 MSMEs. We spent another 2.5 billion training about another 2,000 people. We placed 2,000 graduates in internship programs at the cost of Lagos State when we wanted to get the companies who said they needed new people on the cheap. Out of that 2,000 people, 1,750 of them were retained. So it was a good way of companies to employ labor on the cheap. Lagos State paid for those employees throughout the internship program, and then eventually they were recruited by the people who then kept the people they liked. That's an 87.5% success rate, which is not bad, meaning we took our time to recruit the right kinds of people for the right kinds of jobs. In terms of the tech space, what have we done? We created a hub in Yaba. In that hub so far, we've given vouchers to about 130 entrepreneurs who wanted access to equipment and infrastructure to be able to build their dreams. We've funded, I think, about another 2,000 hubs. 2,000 entrepreneurs and MSMEs who say that they have interest in setting up IT infrastructure. But are we doing as well as we can? Are we leveraging the amount of capital that's out there? I say this because somebody was asking a question about, somebody made a statement about how much the government had versus the GDP of the state. I can tell you that. Lagos State's budget for 2022 was 2.5 billion. That's the amount of goods and services Lagos State can buy in the year. If you compare that to the GDP of Lagos, which is about 80 billion, then you know that what the government can do is only a drop in the bucket compared to what the private sector can do. So what we try and do as much as possible is to leverage the private sector to improve the lives of the people and businesses in Lagos. And that's why we're looking seriously at the IT space and looking at potentially working with the people who are in that space to create a tech hub in Lekki, in the Lekki Free Zone. I had a meeting with Cassie Cloud about 3 weeks ago where they talked about their need for 60 megawatts of electricity. 60 megawatts is a lot of electricity. What do you need 60 megawatts for? In one small area. But by the time I looked at their business, it suddenly occurred to me that this is the next step for Lagos. We've got all the infrastructure. We can create all the infrastructure we need to support the tech space in Lagos and become the tech capital of Nigeria. We already are. We're already the startup capital of Africa. We've surpassed Cape Town and Nairobi 2 years ago, and we're still #1 today because we're continuing to deliberately focus on Lagosians who want to contribute, and we're supporting them in every way we can. I went back to where I started from, which is the energy sector. People were surprised when we went to Abuja just to go and watch the Senate votes, not only to look at the constitution, but also to remove the lacuna, to remove the inconsistency that didn't allow the states to be able to create their market. And suddenly it started to look like it was possible. We had several discussions with them. Now the Senate has passed their version of the amendment of the power law that recognizes the rights of the states to create their own markets. We're working with the House of Reps to also pass the same thing and actually go further and introduce a transitionary provision. Lagos State has published its own energy policy. Lagos State has also approved in EXCO their own law that says that we will create the market and create the regulators, such that if you want to then participate in the market today to build infrastructure to support the enterprises in Lagos, you don't have to go to Abuja to ask for permits. You just stay in Lagos and get everything done. I did say that I would take too much time. It's just to say that we're open, we're always listening, we're ready to help with the infrastructure that's necessary. We also recognize the strengths that the private sector brings to the table, and we will work with you to ensure that your dreams, whatever they are fulfilled in Lagos, and you will not again have to japa. So let me finally, Mr. Governor sends his deepest regrets. At the Engbeti Summit, the only fireside chat that he had there was to sit with young entrepreneurs. It was people under 30. He wanted to listen to them, ask them questions about what their concerns are and how well they could advise their other colleagues or the other young people in the audience to look at Lagos and what they can benefit from it. He asked about the challenges that they had, and they spoke very well about it. So for him, speaking with young entrepreneurs was something he would have loved to do. So he called and said, I should please try as much as possible to represent him well here. I would ask you, if anybody were to ask you, can you kindly just say that I did? All right, so thank you very much. I'll exit the stage now.
All right, the Honorable Commissioner for Energy in Lagos, Mr. Olalere Odushote. Thank you so much. Great speech there. All right, we're going to take a tea break for a half hour, for about 30 minutes. So we'll be back at about 1:15. So please help yourselves, and we'll be back with more from the Catalysing Conversations being brought to you by Endeavor Nigeria. So please do help yourselves. brought to you by Endeavor Nigeria, where, of course, they'll be talking a whole lot about empowering entrepreneurs and the impacts that they're having on the ecosystem. So if you can make your way back to your seats. Trying to rush Nigerians when they're eating. It's a really tough task. If you can make your way back to your seats, ladies and gentlemen. We are ready to go. We are ready to continue. If you want to make your way, I think I should probably walk amongst the folks that are eating and physically usher them back. There will, of course, be more opportunities to network right after the summit is done. Again, the 4th summit from Endeavor Nigeria, all about the scalability of entrepreneurs. If you can make your way back to your seat so we can get our next chat, our next fireside chat going. Thank you so much for getting back to your seats. Thank you. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much. You guys are awesome. Ladies and gents, if we can get back to our seats, we're about to continue. I think we ended up having a 30-minute lunch break. We said it was going to be 15 minutes, but I think it's 30. All right. Okay, so a few people are making their way back. Was it interesting? In fact, let me actually tell you about this next chat that we're going to have. It's a very, very interesting conversation about the grooming talents. And we're going to be hearing from a representative from the biggest telecommunications company in Nigeria. And that chat is going to be raising the next generation of tech talent. So if you can make your way back to your seats, we will begin in earnest. All right. I want to first introduce, okay, so the title, the topic, of course, raising the next generation of tech talents. And so I'm going to bring call to the stage Sheni Suleiman, who is the founder of Black Ops. A round of applause for Sheni. Yes, there he is. And Adia, so the Chief Marketing Officer of the biggest telecommunications company in Nigeria, MTN Nigeria. You're both very, very welcome. All right, take it away. Hopefully your mics are on and we can hear you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Actually, good afternoon, everyone. Allow me to stand on any existing protocols, if such are observed at an event like this. So some people may or may not know that Sheni and I are friends. So we may just gist like nobody is here, because I've not caught up with Sheni in quite a while. But today we're going to be talking about a topic that is of importance to both of us, because both Sheni and myself are operators, or AKA business leaders, team leaders, managers, all right? And we have had to deliver against business goals in this very interesting environment. So, of course, we both have first-hand experience with managing talent towards those goals, and we're going to unpack some of those insights, mostly from Sheni's perspective today. So Sheni, hi.
Hello, Adia. Good to see you again.
Shall we start with the problem? What is there a problem? This thing has been made a panel topic. So what is the talent problem?
I think maybe I'll start by telling the problem as a story. I think most people can identify with stories. And before I even tell the story, I'll do a survey so we can understand the audience a bit better. So how many people here are in roles where they have to lead teams? Raise your hand up. Okay. Now, how many people had to build a team as opposed to inheriting a team that was given to you? Okay, so about a third of the room has had to do that. Of the people that have had to ever build a team or manage a team, so both parties that just put their hands up, how many people here have always had the perfect team?
Sorry.
0. Okay. How many people here feel like with all the teams they've ever had in this country or continent, they've had superstars across the board, and it's their fault that the team didn't function properly? So I think that is why we're here, which is that, unfortunately or fortunately, every company that has been on this stage, every company that we interact with, from the things that we consume to the things we use, the services we access, it's actually a bunch of people behind the technology, behind the operations. And as we speak about the growth of the future of our continent, it requires companies to build things that we use. And unfortunately, those companies require humans. Computers are not at the point yet where they can do everything for us. And so if we all have challenges with talent, finding the right people, having the people be able to deliver on the things we expect to deliver on, then by default, it means our companies cannot grow and succeed in the ways in which we aspire. And so we leave so much on the table, which increases human suffering because we can't actually do the things we need to do. And so that is why we're having this conversation around talent, because there's a massive gap that we need to fill.
Okay, so you've articulated the scope and size of this problem from like a macroeconomic level. So let's bring it down to a human,
yes,
a human level, right? So what's going on there? Like, what's the problem, and what's going on with the individuals? Now, I'll just pause here before you answer the question to say that this conversation is very delicate. So please, I'd like to ask for some. I'll apologize in advance if something is said here that hits a nerve. I think for us to talk about talent, we must hit nerves in order to solve this problem. But because this issue speaks to each of us, it's possible. So bear that in mind. Thank you, Sheni.
Thank you. Some forgiveness would be useful in this conversation.
Thank you. Yeah. So on a human level, what's going on?
Yeah, and I think I'll speak to so this is the second story. I'll speak to from my own perspective. So I grew up in Nigeria. I left when I was 14. I moved to Paris with my dad, and it was the first time I really understood that the world was a big place, and there's so much going on in the world. It was, I think, the first time I also picked up a cell phone and understood that technology was going to change the world. And then I moved from there to the US. I attended university in the US. The first time I went to Silicon Valley, I think I was already a graduate. I was about 22, 23. And watching what happened in that space was life-changing for me. I think I began to accelerate my thinking about what's possible. Now, if we fast forward about a decade later, I came back to Nigeria, and I was leading operations at a venture-backed company called Andela. Many of you might know Andela. I joined Andela when it was a Series A. It's a small company, just operates in a couple of countries. Andela was a Series A company at the time, very small, I think about 50 employees in total. And from when I joined, I basically had to lead operations. I left when Andela was about 1,500 employees. And I faced three big problems, personally. The first one was I kept coming across problems I had never solved before. And I had crazy levels of insecurity, right? The company was growing 100% year over year. There are things that I had never done. For example, we had to expand into 6 countries, and I was responsible for that. At the time, we didn't have some of these startups today that you can click a button and you appear, Norbase and a few others. And so we had to go country by country and literally, build a startup and stand it up within a few weeks. I had to figure out how to manage the complexity of building remote teams across different countries. Again, remote became a big thing during COVID, but prior to COVID, we had to figure that out. And there are many other intricate details around operating a company, and I didn't understand how to do them. So there was a personal thing of me saying, how do I grow? How do I become a better person? How do I become a better operator? And even I didn't have access to some of those things within this context, 1. 2, on my teams, once we got past a certain number of people, about 100, it became incredibly difficult to find really good talent. So 2 examples. I was hiring a country manager for Nigeria. I'd been promoted to head of global operations. I became head of global operations, and I continued working as country manager for Nigeria for 6 months. I had 2 full-time jobs. And we tried recruiting for a country manager. It took us 6 to 7 months. We finally found 2 candidates that were the best we'd found. The number 1 person was here. The number 2 was probably here. So if she didn't take our offer, we would have been completely screwed. I think the third problem I faced over and over again was people would come to me and say, I want to become a COO in the future. How do I get there? And I had no clue how to help them solve that problem. And maybe a last one, which I'll just add to this, is we constantly talk about how you build a talent pipeline. Mm-hmm. The problem we face, I think, which is the gravest problem Nigeria has today, is there are a few universities in this country that produce the caliber of talent that allows you to refine that talent easily. So we have a lot of crude oil, and we don't have a lot of refineries. And so when anybody in this room is looking for talent, the effort it takes to actually get people in the door and have them be productive is really, really large. Those are my problems I faced.
So you had 4 problems. You came across problems you'd never seen before. After 100 people, finding good talent is hard. Unclear path to moving up in today's realities of the workplace and the difficulties with building a talent pipeline. So you used a word here that takes me to something I wanted to talk to you about, caliber, right? Which implies that there's a standard for good talent and the opposite, which is bad talent. So can we talk about standards? Do we need them? Should we have them? And what's wrong with the ones we have in Nigeria? And I ask this in the context of someone that has tried to achieve in Nigeria, in France, and in Silicon Valley, right? Because I think one of the challenges I have is that knowing what good looks like is the first point of awareness. And I get a different picture of what good looks like depending on the person, their level of exposure, the organization, the age of the organization. There are so many details. So talk to me about your thoughts on caliber.
I think that's actually one of the biggest problems. If you take a look at pathways like investment banking, maybe law, there's a bit more clarity
Conventional careers.
Or consulting, for the consultants in the room. There's a bit more clarity around what capabilities.
Yeah, this room does that.
I think we're safe.
Yeah.
There's a bit more clarity around what do people need to know at different levels. And I think the challenge with other career pathways is that it isn't very clear. And so even creating a standard is very difficult. What should a CEO of a bank be capable of doing? There are probably 100 different definitions of that, right? And it depends on the size, the scale, the geography, the kind of banking they do. And so I think for us, it's very similar, where what should a chief operating officer be capable of? Very hard. I think your CMO of MTN, what should a CMO be capable of? It's very nebulous. And so I don't think there should necessarily be a standard in terms of these very specific, finite set of things. But I think that there are some general benchmarks for what you should be looking for at different levels. So we can assume that an executive level person is someone who can set a vision, set very ambitious goals, lead a team, sort of manage performance, make complex things, distill them into simpler form. And yes, so I think we should have some standards around what are the qualities we're looking for without necessarily having very specific narrow standards around what each person needs to be able to do, if that makes sense.
Yes, it does, actually. So I noticed that none of these are industry related. They are all skills that need to be built and skills that need to be built over time. Okay? And these skills don't come out of thin air. They usually emerge from a structured environment, and then you can now take them into situations where you encounter problems you've not seen before, but these skills allow you to react. So given that we are moving into a world where the shape of careers is unpredictable, and it doesn't have to be anymore, right? How do you give a 19-year-old that finishes university or a 21-year-old that finishes university and has never had a job but wants to start a company, how do you put them on a path, right, to getting those skills? Because they're coming out and they're becoming a CEO on day one. So what happens, and we're seeing the market start to react to this problem because they're trying things, they're taking experiments, needed experiments, but then they're still 22 and running a company. No, it's true, right? So you and I have been in positions where we have had to step in, bail out, save, support, so what does the conversation need to look like to better equip people that are graduating from the very conventional educational structure that we have into an environment that needs different skills?
So I think, first of all, we just need bigger companies.
Okay.
When I say we need bigger companies, we need bigger, better companies. Okay. I think I'll explain that in a second. If you look at some of the biggest companies in Nigeria today, again, we said in the beginning that forgiveness is required on this panel, so please forgive us. A lot of the companies that are at the forefront in Nigeria do not necessarily compete on a global scale.
Okay.
Which means by default, there's a bit of a cap on the size. Okay. Now, if you look at some of the most successful sort of markets in the world, people actually tend to grab talent from big companies. Big companies who have played on a global scene. You can pull talent from those companies, you can bring them in-house. So I think that what we need to do a bit more of is have young people be able to work at larger companies that are structured properly so they can learn how things are actually done, and then they can sort of feed into smaller companies later.
Okay,
that's the formula.
So, Shani, wait. No. In terms of likelihood in this country that we're in, how likely is that to happen?
I think it's happening to, the Lagos State sort of representative spoke about that. I wasn't aware of the program they had when they placed 2,000 people. I think the Flutterwave CCO just spoke earlier about how they hired 200 people. Those are not scalable in the sense that, we need hundreds of thousands of this, right? And I think that's where we're stuck. And I think full transparency, we've had this discussion a few times, that's where we're stuck. As an ecosystem, we need to figure out how you can get 100,000 people per year to get placed within really strong companies so they can learn how to operate and then they can go back and work at other companies. And we don't have that formula yet. I think some of the largest companies in Nigeria, if you look at the banks, the telcos, have probably 40,000 employees on average.
Total.
Right? And there's a finite number of them. And so I don't think I yet have a solution that is domestic. So the controversial opinion, which we'll get to later on, is I think we need more people to actually leave Nigeria.
Not less. So more Japa, not less.
There are 200 million people in this country. We don't have enough
We'll
jobs
never
for them.
finish.
We simply don't have enough jobs for the people in this country. And if you look at the next 5, 10 years, I don't believe that we will have enough companies to employ the people that need jobs in this country.
Okay, so good. Well, so we've now agreed that your initial solution is not immediately practical.
No.
So what is practical?
So here's what I think we can do in the next sort of like 3 to 5 years, right? Number one is every employer in Nigeria is a talent factory, which means where I'm from, my Silicon Valley training, my sort of US corporate training is you trim the fat, you go for highly efficient companies, you remove headcounts you don't need. In this market, I think we need more headcount than we think we need. Because we're a factory for training talent. So the way business is done, typically where it's, again, streamline the headcount to make sure you don't have excess fat, there may need to be a rethinking of how Nigerian business needs to be done. Maybe we do need more fat. Maybe we do need 1.3 employees instead of 1.
Instead of 1.
Because that's one of the ways in which we will then grow more talent. That's one. I think two is any company today that doesn't have a clear learning and development strategy is doing a disservice to our country.
No, but what about people that feel that they should train you and you have to stay? Because that for me it's an unfortunately pervasive.
It happens in the US.
Okay.
So if anyone here works at McKinsey or Bain or BCG or Accenture, if you go, or Goldman Sachs even, if you go work there and then they sponsor your MBA, you're coming back to work for them for a couple of years.
But that's temporary, right? I feel like there's no duration with a Nigerian boss.
Okay.
Right? They feel like they own you forever because they sent you to one training course.
And I think that's changing.
You know, so no. Honestly, I agree with you on the factory point. Yeah. And I've spoken to some people who complain about attrition, and I'm like, recognize that you are going to lose your team, your entire team, every 2 years.
Yeah.
When you make peace with that fact, I think you can go in a different direction. But then, how that creates a lot of pressure for some companies, the companies that get it, or the companies that are breeding the talent that is worth poaching.
Yeah.
But there are not enough of them to actually do this. So how do we, get to the point where we are turning out 100,000 managers, but how do we also help managers understand what they don't know? Because there are a lot of people that think that they are performing at a better level than they actually are, right? But they need other skills.
Yep.
So what does that conversation need to look like?
I think Nadia is trying to secretly market my new company on my behalf. Thank you. So I think with human learning, right, let's go back in time. The singular most effective way for people to learn ever since time has been apprenticeship, right? The blacksmiths of back in the day was a blacksmith banging the metal every day with an apprentice next to the person and giving them immediate real-time feedback. If you look at us today, any high-performance sport or occupation, there's a one-on-one relationship between a coach and the performer. Musicians have coaches. Formula 1 drivers have coaches. Football players have coaches. Justin Bieber has about 10 coaches. And the people that I think are being underserved today are people like us, professionals. Where are our coaches? We don't have any coaches. I have to just figure it out on the fly. So I think that one of the pillars is how do we get more coaching? That's number one. So people can understand what good looks like and they can get a better sense for how they fit into that picture. That's one. I think number two is we need to have more structured programs outside the companies. So this is actually a theme that's emerging globally. There's a company called Reforge in the US. There's one called Junto in Europe, and there are a few others around the world. And what they're doing is basically saying, we know that most companies cannot do L&D very well internally. So we will build external L&D programs, and companies can sign up to those programs, and they'll have experienced teachers, essentially teaching and training people on different skill sets. And that's actually very much what I am doing now as well for this market, is how can we get Adia and myself and other operators who have been in the trenches, who have worked in these industries, in these roles, to take a small part of their time and teach the next generation of people how to get there, essentially. And I think with that, you're no longer tied to the constraints of a company structure, and you can actually begin to scale massively. The third thing I would say, or the third or fourth, is we do have to figure out how to get people into actual jobs. Because apprenticeship is useless if you can't actually work. And so one of my unconventional theories is that we're going to have to support this attrition of talent and have people go work in different markets. Right now, China spends about $1 billion a year. I think it's now more than that, sending people from China to the US. They pay for their education. They say, go and work there first before you come back to our markets. So we need to find ways to get talents here, to go work abroad, but then make home desirable enough for them. Just like you and I, they want to come back one day and build here. Okay. I think that's the only way to solve this thing.
Okay. So you used the phrase that you went to Silicon Valley and it accelerated your thinking. What was it about that place and that accelerated your thinking?
Yeah, I think so I spent most of my time around Palo Alto, San Francisco, and Mountain View. And the first thing I realized was everything was possible. And it's kind of crazy. Like, you meet people that have... So the first person I met that made me realize everything was possible was I went to meet one of my friends. He's Ghanaian. And he had a friend of his who was American, Caucasian American. And she was really angry that every time she wanted to buy meat, and she went to the supermarket, the meat had been on the shelf for 3 or 4 or 5 days. She was really angry about that. And she felt every human being deserved to eat meat that was just killed. So she started a company that built a farm. And every morning they would butcher cows, and they had different distribution trucks that would drive them around different neighborhoods. And using an app, you could order your meat. You can put the size of the meat you want, what part of the meat you want, kilos, and they would deliver to your doorstep. Now, the company failed eventually. But she raised money. She raised about $3 million to do this thing in 2010. I didn't understand what venture capital was. I didn't understand this whole world of startups. But the fact that someone could raise money from people, they give her money to do this thing, for me was crazy. And I think I began to see more and more people like that. That was like, oh, I woke up this morning and this thing happened. I was very upset. So I went to build a company to solve that problem. And then someone wrote me a check for $5 million. And I was like, so people are just giving you money. And so I asked her, I said, okay, you were obviously a CEO of a company before, and then it was very successful, and then, and she said, oh, no, I used to work at Google for 3 years. Okay, what did you do at Google? Oh, I ran like some YouTube program. I said, so why are you qualified to collect $3 million? She said, oh, I pitched to investors. I said, who are investors? She said, oh, people that, give. And so it opened my mind. And so I think I began to think anything is possible. And so if you fast forward, a few years, coming back to Nigeria, when I was speaking to, Jeremy and Christina, these 2 Americans, who said, oh, we can figure out how to get thousands of Nigerians to work remotely for companies in America. And I was like, I don't know if I believe this. But 5, 6 years later, it's now become normal for somebody in Owerri, in Ibadan, to get on their laptop every morning and be leading teams in Austin, Texas. Right? So I think that, if that didn't happen, I never would have thought this was possible. And that's how we came full circle.
So I know we've kind of talked about this a little bit, but what is a radical opinion you have about talent? Like, this is the comment we've been asking for forgiveness for all morning. So what is a radical opinion? Because I feel like if we don't touch these truths, we're not really going to get into it.
Okay, well, so my radical opinion is this. I'll first say something that will make people love me, and I'll say what will make them hate me as well. On the side of looking for your favor, I would say that I haven't come across a talent pool like what we have in Nigeria, and Lagos in particular, that is more ambitious, aggressive, energized, hungry to create, to add value, to succeed, to learn. I haven't come across anywhere, including Silicon Valley. The things people are doing every day here to overcome the challenges and obstacles, it is incredible. So on the one hand. On the other hand, I think that we have a very mediocre talent pool. If you go on LinkedIn today, because I'm helping a company do some recruiting now just as a consultant, I see a lot of CVs where the person puts executive, executive, executive. And then you go through their LinkedIn profile and you ask yourself, if I put you at a Peloton or a Google or Facebook, would you be an executive there? And the answer is absolutely not. And so I think everyone in Nigeria is playing 2 levels below what they need to play. The CEO in Nigeria, no matter how ambitious they are, no matter how successful their company is playing 2 levels below where they need to be. Because their senior management layer is playing 2 levels below where they need to be. Because their lower levels are playing 2 levels below where they need to be. Because our universities are playing 2 levels below where they need to be. And I think as a result, when a foreign company on average enters Nigeria, they destroy our local companies. On average. When an Uber enters Nigeria, ride-hailing stops in Nigeria. When a Bolt and Uber come in. When an MTN enters Nigeria, it becomes the largest telco company in Nigeria. And you can start to think about other industries where if you take away government regulation and any protectionism, a global company coming into Nigeria will beat our local company on average. I've worked with some of the top-tier law firms in Nigeria where we had a counterparty in the US that was the lead, and the local law firm who understands this ecosystem was the supporting law firm. And you can find that across the board. So I think my unconventional, and maybe it is more conventional than I think, is that we need to own up to the fact that we have mediocre talents. And if we don't take it very seriously, then we'll never produce the number of companies we need to scale to the level that we need to truly unlock the global economy and then to be able to feed our talents and our younger people into well-paying jobs. And I think that could be Nigeria's, that could be the catastrophe that brings the country down in the future.
Interesting.
You disagree?
No, I don't. I don't. I think for me, that leads me to ask, does government have a role? Tell me, what do you think it is? Practically, please, not
practically.
Imagination.
Practically. So I think my general thesis on government is there's some very specific things government should do. It involves security and safety of citizens. It involves and then basic infrastructure, and then get out the way. And be a referee. Make sure people are not doing the wrong things. Just get out the way. And so I think right now, the Nigerian government, and I don't want to make this about a Nigerian government conversation, because I think where the government fails, private sector can find opportunities there. But I do think there's some bare minimums that you need from a government, where I think we're a D- at best, right? So one thing that I think if we don't solve, it becomes almost impossible to solve anything else we're talking about, is this currency crisis. And we don't talk about that enough. The average person today that I've engaged with, so I've probably spoken to a few hundred people in the last several months, right? Both people that have applied to my programs and all that. The average person who is under 30 today, probably many of us in this room have thought about this as well. When they look at their income trajectory, your income is probably growing 10% if you're lucky, year over year. And then every few years, you experience a major devaluation. And so it basically resets. Done that. My first job in Nigeria after I came back, I negotiated my salary based on dollars to naira at 160 exchange rates. Within 6 months, 220. Another 6 months, 305. My salary did not increase to that extent. So I think if we don't solve that issue of how do we not every single day literally steal money out of the pockets of Nigerians, I don't think most other things we're discussing are possible.
Fair point.
I don't think so. So when you say how should governments play a role, I think it is some of those very basic things around the security of people, infrastructure, currency. But then, if we're trying to make the government more proactive, because that's more defensive, but saying how do you become more proactive, then I think having a much higher standard for our education system is probably where the government can play a role. There's not much else they can do.
I think a standard that fits our context, where we encounter problems that you don't often see or may not be documented, I think is what we need. Okay, let's switch gears for a little bit, right? Do you think, where do you think the greatest talent gap is? With the employees, with managers, or with companies themselves? This is an unpopular opinion.
You want to stay?
But where do you, no, you go ahead.
When you say the company level, do you mean like
yeah, well, I mean like it's just quality of business models.
Okay.
Topmost leadership. Like where is the most critical talent gap?
Yeah. I think it's probably middle management. And I think it's both at the private sector level and the government level as well. So maybe I'll give a little bit of an analogy, right? Look at the US over the last 4, 5, 6 years, where essentially the president of the US was a moron. But the country did not completely implode because the middle management layer was able to kind of insulate the country to some extent from that. And I think you find that in companies as well. So your executives are obviously setting the direction and everything else, but really the middle management has a massive role to play in company culture, execution. And so I think that's where we probably struggle the most as an ecosystem, is that middle management layer. Now, if you look at the reasons why companies fail, management is actually top 4, right?
I agree.
It's a big problem. And I think we don't actually talk about that at all.
No, we don't.
We talk about, do we have the brilliant founders and executives? Do we have software engineers? Do we have funding? Do we have the enabling environment? But when you get all those things right, then you start to contend with your middle management. I think that's where we have a problem.
How do you handle those conversations where you have to recognize where talent is? Like, have you ever been in a situation where you've had to sit with...
To reset somebody's
sense of talent?
Yes.
No, because I think we need let's talk about it at an individual level, because I feel like we need that at a national level, right?
Yeah. So, I mean, it's very heartbreaking, right?
Yes.
Because I think another problem, actually, so let me rewind. Because I said management layer as an issue, but also, who's managing the managers? And when you're in a country where people don't see a pathway to get a very good job, on average, everyone goes to start their own company and becomes a founder or an entrepreneur. And I think that there's a benefit to the level of entrepreneurship in Nigeria, but I also think there's a curse of having too many small businesses. And when you have 10,000 people running 3 people businesses, there's an economies of scale that you're missing somehow, right? So the problem with that is you have a bunch of people that don't have experience leading people and managing people that become managers. And so how do they then teach their teams what it's like to become good managers, good management? And so I think it becomes a self-reinforcing problem. So a lot of the drama we see on Twitter, when people are complaining about horrible bosses,
oh yes,
I think some of it actually is like people that did not necessarily work in environments where they understood what good management looks like, and then they became leaders on their own. And now they're basically doing what they know how to do because they were managed by pretty crappy managers. So maybe actually it's the management layer and the layer above that is also a problem
so
as well.
It's funny you say that, right? Because culture is essentially trauma at scale over a bunch of generations. So what we take for granted, no, this is actually the anthropological definition, the formula for culture. What we consider culture is usually a repeated mistake. Started with one person, then a few people did it, and then it happened over a few generations, and then now we all just accept it.
Yeah.
So we've got 5 minutes left, and I'd like to take a couple of questions for Sheni. I'm not sure if we are well organized for that, but I think it will work.
Oh yeah, you generated a lot of questions. Trust me.
Oh, God. Hope you are not in trouble.
No, you're not.
Probably.
You're not in trouble. You're not in trouble. But it's been a very fascinating conversation. So Okay, so a number of questions. Let me kick off here. How do we build tech talent from our traditional education system? And is Black Ops doing anything regarding that or planning to intervene? Maybe I think you're a government or something.
How do we build tech talent? Look, I think that question, we've kind of flogged that question a lot over the last 5 years. Right? When Andela started, I think Andela was one of the only companies in Nigeria that was training tech talents. Now you have Decagon, Semicolon, All School Africa, and many, many others. We need more of them still, because I believe that we need to produce something like 5 million software engineers in Nigeria. 5 million, that is, software engineers in Nigeria over the next decade or so. So we need more of those companies, not less. But I don't think that me sitting here talking about that is going to give any more insights than you already have. What I think is an emerging problem that we have not paid attention to, that is now beginning to really hurt people, is management talent that is non-engineering. So everyone focused so much on startups, software engineers, but who's heading HR? Who's heading finance? I had a friend of mine whose company almost went bankrupt a few months ago because their finance manager did not know how to calculate cash flow.
Nice.
And so the person thought they had several months of cash flow, and they didn't. Their runway was about 3 weeks. They started calling suppliers to give them supplier discounts and prolonging accounts payable and things like that. Who's running legal? So I think that is actually where I've shifted my conversation, is how do we enable companies to scale through non-technical talents? When you want to expand into a new country and hire a country manager there, that's a limiting factor. When you want to do a partnership with another company and you don't have a strong business development lead, that's a limiting factor. And so if you look at the executive team of some of our favorite companies, you begin to see a shift in the kinds of people they're hiring at the C-level. Our good friend Ife spoke earlier about Flutterwave and scaling. The CFO is not here, Silicon Valley. I think the head of HR is an imported talent as well. And it goes on. At Andela, I was struggling with this. It got to a point where we had a really, really strong, it was tension around, should we hire Black first? Should we hire Nigerian first? Should we hire African first? Are we okay going abroad? And for certain roles, we would interview 30 people. And they're people from some of the best companies. And we'd ask them questions like, how would you think about IPO at a global level? And they can't. And so, to me, that's what we should be talking about now. Is how do you get your CFO, your CMO, not even your manager in marketing, your manager in finance, your manager in HR, managing operations. How do we get those roles filled? So if you want to talk about that, that's what Black Ops is working on. Come see me.
Nice. All right. Adia, this question, they also want to hear from you as well. I mean, it says, Sheni and Adia, is talent mediocre across all layers or concentrated in the middle management and lower levels, and in terms of some specific areas of content? I know Sheni, I said, but Adia, I want to hear your opinion as well. So go ahead.
I don't think you can ration mediocrity. I don't think you can. You find it everywhere. But I think the more important question is, how do you recognize it for yourself? Right? Because it's difficult when somebody tells you you're mediocre. You'll immediately argue and say, no, you're mediocre, right? So, I think it's just, for me, I ask myself, what's the enabling environment for self-improvement? And how do we know? I think any effort towards getting better, it actually doesn't even matter what you're getting better at. Just that attitude alone, I think is fantastic. Now, what I have seen is someone has that attitude, but they are outnumbered. And they are outnumbered by people that don't have that attitude. And depending on where you are, level-wise in your organization, you can, in fact, at any level, you can be squashed, constrained, disturbed, personally, emotionally, even physically. So the question now becomes, as a people, what is our reaction to self-improvement? Right? And our current state can tell us that.
So, thank you so much for that. I think there's a follow-up to that here saying, idea. It sounds like you were saying your answer seemed to be about it's a personal decision. But here's another question here. What can be done to improve the mediocrity of our talent? Is it a personal agenda or responsibility of organizations? And it's thrown to the both of you as well.
I think Shani has said that around the world, the reaction to organizational-led learning is companies are springing up outside to give you what you need. I think it must be self-directed. You have to determine what it is you want to learn. Nobody can give you your passion, not even the company you work for, right? Because sometimes there's a difference between a job, a career, and your passion. So you have to look inward as an individual and make that determination for yourself. And if a company is in your way, get it out of your way.
All right. Can we look away from universities to build talent in Nigeria? Can we turn to platforms like YouTube, or is experience the only teacher?
No, you go ahead.
No, I mean, I don't, look, universities are a very tricky subject here because it's almost like when you've not taken care of your body for decades and now you're like 75 and you're trying to now figure out how to start that process. It takes time to incubate. So can we go and build, I mean, Nigeria probably needs thousands of universities, right? For the millions of people that we have. Can we start building those universities today and then get them done over the next 5 years? No. Do we have the money to build those universities today? No. So I think we need new models of learning. Absolutely, yes. I think that the model for learning and education 5-10 years from now, well, it's already looking very different today. It will continue to look very different. And what that means very simply is we're going to begin to see a much closer connection between learning and careers, whether it's for entrepreneurship or for actual professional careers. And so that gap where you go and spend 4 years, you learn everything around the sun, you then get employed, your employer says, actually, you don't know anything, so let me teach you from scratch. I think we're going to see a much closer loop where people are learning the things they need to get on the job immediately. And so that's where we can begin to entrepreneur our way into a successful talent pool in the future.
All right. Another question, a follow-up for Adia. I said, Adia asked if there's a role for government, but really at this stage, isn't the question what should investors and operators be advocating for? What do you make of that?
I mean, both questions can exist in the same space, right? It's not one or the other. And it depends on your point of view. So to the person asking that question, if government is not giving you what you need, find a different solution. But to the previous question, though, I think universities have two purposes. Education is one, indoctrination is another. So there is a training and a rigor that comes from getting up and going to school, which starts in nursery school every day, right? But they were preparing us for, this was pre-COVID, this was pre-remote work.
Yeah.
That was what those institutions prepared us for. What do the institutions that prepare us for work today look like? And with the population that we have, right, that cannot physically go through the institutions that we have, but is also primed to work remotely from here, how are laws supporting that talent creation and that talent development, right? So for instance, there's I think online education, full online education is not certified in Nigeria. So there must be a physical institution present where students can go. I don't know what the mix is, but that for me begs a question, right? Can you physically fit the number of young people into the education institutions that we have, even on a part-time basis? I don't think so.
Not possible. I guess maybe I'll answer that. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead, please.
I was going to say, I'll answer the second half of that question just very quickly, which is, you said, what can investors, operators do? I think you've answered government to a large extent. So basically, anyone who's an investor, I think my advice on behalf of all of us and the next generation of people in this country is, please get your investment committee to have a thesis on upskilling.
Mm-hmm.
Upskilling should be one of the theses. So if you're thinking of healthcare, you're thinking of fintech, you're thinking of any other sector, education, but particularly upskilling, should be an investment thesis. There's somebody in this room here somewhere, I'm not going to say her name, but who's involved in upskilling in a particular sector. And someone like her should have a lot of resources allocated towards her company if she finds a way to scale it. So upskilling should be a thing, where that's one of the next wave of investments focuses we have, I think one. And then for operators in particular, I say there are two things. You can either start giving your time to groom the people that could become your future employees or colleagues or whatever other way you interact with them, which is at work today, like mentor someone, coach someone, develop someone. When you find a company who's asking you for time, actually go and do that. If it's an hour a week, an hour a month, just go and do that. That's one. The second thing is if you're currently looking for ideas for things to go start, you can look at your sector and think about how to build an upskilling platform in that sector. So if you're really good at finance, how can we get 10,000 really strong finance people to go work in companies? What can you do to actually make that happen, right? And if you can't find any great ideas and you're still struggling, please go to blackops.community or sheni@blackops.community. Reach out to me. I might be able to find a platform that allows you to do these things.
All right. So
okay, we'll just take one more. There are a lot. This is generating a lot of, so one more, because we got to go to the next fireside chat. But I think this is kind of similar, though, because Sheni was just talking about upskilling. But I think this is more about critical thinking, and it's directed to the both of you. How do we get staff to become self-thinkers, i.e. to run the business like the owner would?
I think you are conflating critical thinking with a sense of ownership. Right? It's like that job, career, passion split, right? So, yeah, critical thinking can be taught, but I don't think we teach it right now. And I think we should, in order to allow people that find themselves in Sheni's situation of you need to solve a problem where there's no playbook. You need to be able to think on your feet. But I think me personally, of course, on your CV by default you put critical thinker there now, right? But I didn't realize until well into my career, where I had applied it and where I hadn't. But once I knew, I leaned into it, and honestly, that was a personal level up for me. So that's stuff that I have spent a lot of time teaching my teams. And it's definitely something that needs to happen at scale. But that's quite different from somebody coming in and deciding whether they want to align with the company's goals or align with their own.
All right. Sheni, do you want to add to that, or you're good?
I think my answer will be pretty similar to Adia's. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, please, a round of applause for a very engaging chat. Adia, so of course, CMO at MTN Nigeria, and Sheni Suleiman, founder at Black Ops. Thank you guys so much. Thank you. And thank you all for your questions. There's still more, but we have to stop because we're running out of time. All right, up next, we're going to be having another fireside chat, the inflection point, highlighting Africa's digital opportunities. So that promises to be very, very interesting as well. So first up, and joining virtually, Keinsola Ajibade, who is the investor relations at Flutterwave. So a round of applause. Keinsola will be joining virtually. And then Toby Amira, who is the vice president business loans team apps, represented by Okwe Adeyemi, VP Digital Growth Business Operating Tools at Team Apps. Round of applause. Thank you so much, Okwe. And Mayowa Kuyoro, who is a partner at McKinsey and Company. Mayowa, round of applause to you as well. And once again, hopefully she'll also have Keinsola Ajibade also virtually as well. So you're both very welcome. Hoping your mics are up. And all right, there's Keinsola as well. So we're all ready to go.
Wonderful. Good afternoon, everyone. I think we're the last panel before we go, so hopefully everyone stays and hears about this report that Tosi and I and a couple of others wrote about the digital opportunity in Africa. What I'm going to do is ask the panelists a few questions, and then I will open it up for the audience to send questions as well. One of the things that we saw when we were doing the reports, we interviewed investors, we interviewed operators, was that across the board, everybody is very, very excited about the opportunity that digital has to solve problems for Africa. We actually sized and quantified the opportunity, said it was about $700 or $800 billion. There are so many different verticals where we see the opportunity to use digital to solve problems. And I'm really excited to talk to Okwe and Keinsola this afternoon because I think they both represent companies that have used digital to solve the problems we have in financial services, which is a problem very dear to my heart. So I'm going to start and ask Okwe to sort of tell us the journey that Team Apt has gone through in terms of using digital to solve the problems that we have in financial services today.
All right, thank you very much. Hello? Okay. All right, thank you very much. So essentially, I would say, just to simply put it, the vision of Team Apt is to create financial happiness for businesses globally, right? And what we have done so far, I would say we started out in 2015 as a bootstrap company, and the approach that we took, because it was really early days, was to go through the banks, right? The banks and the financial institutions that existed at the time. And what we're essentially doing was building out back office softwares that will basically help them, I'll say, digitize their operations as well as just digitize their operations and basically streamline their operations as the case is. Running through this over a 3-year period, we had covered about 27 financial institutions. But thinking about the entire run rate, the entire period, covering over 27 institutions, what we had only done was covered about 10 million users, right? So we're only scratching the surface. So it was at that point that we realized, hey, we actually have we have a lot of work ahead of us, in the sense that the market, or the addressable market is really large, and what we decided to do was to basically create solutions to go after the market directly, right? So we created Money Points as well as Monify. Money Points being a business bank that provides banking services, credit services, as well as business operation tools for businesses globally, and starting out with Nigeria. Monify being a payment processing solution that basically helps merchants process payments offline as well as online. Within 2 years, we had, essentially almost 50x what we had covered in 3 years, starting with the route through the banks, right? We have covered, we're currently servicing about 400,000 businesses, processing north of $9 billion monthly. So far, our solutions have basically been used by about 50 million users, right? Just to show you, how big the market is and what the potential looks like.
Thank you very much, Okwe. Coinsola, I don't know if you can see what's happening. I don't know what you're looking at.
I can see you guys. Okay, can you guys hear me?
We can't hear you, guys. Can you speak again? We can't hear you.
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear. Can you hear me now?
Wonderful. So, Coinsola, you work at one of the 1% of companies across Africa that's actually raised a Series D round. I think it'd be interesting for us to hear the journey from sort of pre-seed all the way through to Series D and what that looked like.
Yeah, awesome. Happy to share that. It's very nice to have a conversation today. I'm really excited about the topic as well. We are in payments. We are, we're about funding. We are about growth. We're about technology. So just to give a quick journey of how Flutterwave started, as a lot of people know, we started back in 2016, and the drive behind Flutterwave was to provide an infrastructure or to build a technology that would seamlessly bring together all the different forms of payment methods that we have within the country. So one thing that we had realized when we started the business was if I wanted to send money to a cousin or a friend in Ghana, I would have to go to my bank, fill out paperwork before that payment can be made. Even filling that paperwork, that wasn't the end of it. That money would first have to go through SWIFT, which typically is based in New York. It'll take a couple of days for that payment to first get there, and then SWIFT will now send it to Ghana, right? I could easily take a 1-hour flight between Nigeria and Ghana to go give my friend that same amount. So we thought about building that technology infrastructure that would make it simpler, right, for an individual or for a business to make this type of payment transaction. So over the years as a payment business, we've sought ways to make every channel. So as you're thinking about your business, as you're thinking about the user flows, as you're thinking about the opportunities, we wanted to make sure that at that main point, at that core point, and as you're thinking about payments, Flutterwave is that gateway that you're going to be looking at. So whether that is through cards, whether that is through alternative payment methods like USSD or QR codes or, bank transfers, right? We have built that technology where you are staying within the same ecosystem and not having to worry about integrating multiple different providers. Now, in terms of growing our business, right, we know that our technology is very infrastructure based, right? And to deliver on the efficiency, on the value that people know us for today, we needed equity, right? We needed capital, right? So that put us in place of joining YC, right, which is an accelerator program where we were able to connect with some investors in the earlier days. Following that, we raised our Series A round, Series B, Series C, Series D, which we raised at the start of this year. So as you can imagine, with each fundraise that we did, our goal was to improve on the technology that we were delivering to our customers. When we started, we were looking at just Nigeria, right? But then over time, we're like, okay, you know what? This problem that we're looking to solve is not just restricted to Nigeria. We need to look at other markets, right? So that's us expanding into other markets like, South Africa. We're looking at Uganda. We're looking at Rwanda and so on and so forth, connecting the Africa infrastructure, bringing Africa to the global economy and connecting the global economy into Africa. So, today we're valued at over $3 billion. It's from the hard work of everyone at the company, right? From us processing transactions and from having a team that is bought into the vision that we have.
So I'm going to come back to you because you've talked about raising from seed, the YC stage, and all the way to Series D. I think what people might be curious to know, though, in the journey is, did the game change in the later fundraising rounds? Because I don't think there are very many companies in Nigeria and Africa that have gone all the way through to Series D. So what sort of changed, or how did the game change as you went from sort of YC all the way to Series D, which you guys raised earlier this year? And I know you've been involved in quite a number of the rounds.
Yes, so I think at the beginning, right, what we were looking to do was to get equity and get investors on the cap table that would help us scale the technology. But as we started to grow our business, right, so take for example in Series B, the focus was to grow the infrastructure that we had, building that connection into more markets. In Series C, that focus was also getting the right investor that would help support that infrastructure growth, the geographical growth that we were looking for, right? But also not just for the check. So at that point in time, we were being more strategic in the terms of investors that we were having conversations with. We just didn't want someone that would give us a check. We wanted someone that would be a strategic partner for us, right? It was with that Series C round that we were able to build on our partnership specifically, and we got strategic partners such as PayPal, such as Visa to join our cap table, right? So at that point, we're looking for, global brands, right, that we can work with, that would be associated with our business and that we can also leverage as we're thinking about the next level of scale that we had. For our Series D, similar part, we were thinking more strategic about who we would have on our cap table. So not just we were moving at that point from the check side to the type of investor and to the value that we can get from those investors. So that's what we are currently leveraging today. Even as we're having conversations with the investment community, it's about the value proposition, right? And not, monetary value is good, but non-monetary value about what that partnership will entail for us. So that's kind of the stage where we're at today.
I like what you said around it's about the value proposition of the investor. So there's almost a two-way process now as you move forward.
Yeah.
Let me ask you a question around the digital economy, because we saw a lot of excitement about it. But one thing where usually my clients always argue with me when I tell them this figure, they say it's a lie, it's not possible, is that we, in financial services today, I think across Africa, less than 15%, and I'm being very, very generous, less than 15% of our transactions actually happen digitally, and the bulk of it is cash.
So, is this whole talk about the digital economy much ado about nothing? How do you think about that in the space you're in today?
So I think, first of all, the way I like to, I would say, analyze opportunities is based on a framework called RRW, right? So is the opportunity real? Can we win? And is it worth it, right? So is the opportunity real? It definitely is real. When you think about the business impact companies like ours as well as Flutterwave, and a whole lot of companies that started out, give or take 5 years ago, have achieved over the past couple of years. It's very clear, without a doubt, that the opportunity is real. Can we win? Well, winning is subjective to the company we're speaking about. So at this point, I'm not going to be sharing any information on whether we can win or not because, it's trade secrets, right? But the last part is it worth it? After going through the first two, if everything checks out, the last thing you want to ask yourself is it worth it? Should we actually embark on this journey or not? And it's very clear, just even looking at the Endeavor report, the digital economy right now in Africa is worth, I think, north of about $100 billion, right? Based on, professional market sizing. And it is projected to reach north of, I think, $500 billion in a couple of years. And the reality is that we're already getting a piece. We're already getting a piece of the pie. We're already seeing what this looks like, and we can see the potential as we scale across the country as well as scale across other markets. It's really, really interesting from a business impact point of view. And I think that on the second hand, which is, I would say, the macroeconomic or microeconomic impact, what you also see is a lot of people actually desire for better for themselves, right? And by virtue of looking at the person who is right beside you, who is doing something for themselves, which is, just as an example, participating in the digital economy, getting access to jobs, getting access to, just think about, people who, for example, ride bikes to deliver an order from VI to Ikeja, for example, right? This guy, prior to getting that job, was probably earning, give or take, maybe 10,000 naira on a monthly basis, doing whatever it is that he was doing. But just by mere virtue of participating in the digital economy, this guy is able to 10x his income, right? It's real. People are seeing it, and people are beginning to want to participate in this opportunity, as the case is.
Sorry, I'm going to ask a... Hello? Fantastic. I'm going to ask a random question. What did you do before you joined TMAPT? Were you a consultant?
No, I wasn't.
Okay, because you were using acronyms.
But you can say I was. I kind of started out as a solutions architect, so basically consulting for businesses across different industries. So telco, basically just deploying technology solutions for businesses in these industries.
Okay, so you said RRW, yes. Real. Is it? Real, can we win? Is
RWW.
RWW.
Yes. Is it real? Can we win? Is it worth it?
Fantastic. Let me ask you a question though around how to actually. So you agree. You say the opportunity is real, and you agree that it is worth it. What can folks begin to do to actually harness the opportunity? One of the things that I think about a lot is the fact that we see all this growth in payments. Let's even just take Nigeria today, and we see across some verticals 600, 700% growth, but we're still scratching the surface. But if it was easy, a lot of people will be doing it. So how do we think about capturing that opportunity that we see with digital payments in Nigeria?
Okay, so I think that, first of all, a lot of folks are already doing stuff about capturing value, right? And I think the bone of contention really are, I would say, the barriers that hinder skill, right? The barriers that hinder skill. There are companies that have figured it out, and these are companies that, are processing billions of naira and dollars as the case is. And you have companies that are just starting out, right? I think that generally the barriers that we face can be broken down into two. So one is access, and the second is trust, right? So the first being, I mean, when I think about it, one of the things that's majorly responsible for, I'll say, the growth that we're experiencing is basically just the sheer size of the population on the African continent, right? But a majority of these people are, or a majority of us are essentially living below poverty. And what that essentially means is we're unable, or they're unable to participate in the digital economy. And participating in the digital economy can literally be narrowed down to just access to tools, information, and resources, right? Access to a smartphone, for example, is literally, access to a smartphone and the internet is literally the difference between someone who is participating and someone who is not, right? But when you think about, how much these guys are living on a daily basis, right? You have people that are living under, for example, $1 a day, right? And the average cost, for example, of a smartphone might be, give or take, between $50 to $60. What that essentially means is that this person will need to starve for about 60 days to afford a smartphone. So that's one of the problems that I see that we face. And I think one of the things that we can do is essentially reduce the cost, or reduce the barrier to entry, reducing the cost of participating in the digital economy.
So the cost for the consumer?
Yeah, the cost for the consumer.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
I also think that, on the second note, which is trust, as a lot of people are participating in the digital economy, obviously there are stories and tales to tell, and people are moved by customer testimonials. Like, what are people saying about what they are seeing on these platforms, right? What you see today is that people don't just trust digital platforms for various reasons. You're not sure about who you're engaging, right? You don't know if the person you're talking to or the entity you're relating with is who they say they are. You're not sure about the quality of the goods or the service that you're going to get. You're not even just sure about the infrastructure generally in itself, right? So what you then begin to see is, what we have to do to basically accelerate that is to ensure that people can trust these platforms a lot more, right? Verify the identities of people that they're having conversations with or they're having dealings with, as well as, I would say, just ensuring that the platform works, right?
Awesome.
Exactly.
Thank you. Yeah. Faisal, I'm going to ask you this question next, which is, we agree that the opportunity is there. We agree that we can harness the opportunity, but that opportunity requires capital to go after it. Africa has bucked the trend, at least so far, in terms of the amount of funding that has come into the markets in 2022, unlike the rest of the world. I think we've grown, whereas if I look at the US, venture funding has declined by 25%. So what would you say to investors about the opportunity in Africa, and how should they think about, why they should put their money here?
I think it takes very little to convince them right now, because if you look at it, the spotlight is on Africa, right? You just said it now that compared to Europe or Latin America, the volume of investments in Africa is has more than doubled. Think about it. In 2020, I think the funding that came into Africa was about 1.2 billion. In the first half of 2022 alone, that doubled, and I think it was around 3.14 billion, right? Most US VCs who were not thinking about Africa, but because of companies like Flutterwave, companies like Chipper Cash, companies like Paystack are now looking at Africa, right? They're seeing Africa as the green land, right, for investments and for higher returns, right? And as what we've been talking about, there is that talent, there is that sheer number of people within the ecosystem, within the African ecosystem, that can develop new solutions, right? A lot of things, because any new solution that you come up with, essentially in Africa today, like you will see almost like if you're building it correctly, like you will see great returns for it, right? So investors are really keen on that. One, because they can also see higher return for the investment that they're going to do compared to making that same type of investment in Europe or in Latin America that is more developed. So it's also the current ecosystem that we have in Africa today, in the sense that we are still developing, almost developed. So any investment you make within that ecosystem, you're likely to get a more than average return for it. So, that is also another motivation for investors to look at the continent as a whole. I mean, and then you're thinking about all these multinationals, for example, Google, right, that are committing to investing funds within the continent as well. I believe that they had promised a $1 billion investment plan into startups within Africa specifically, right? So, and all of this, by the time you put all of this together, like, you see the opportunity that the African continent has to attract investments, to continue to attract investment, right, going forward. So even though there might be a law right now, investors still have at the back of their mind that this is a greenland, an opportunity for growth and an opportunity for a return on their investment. So looking at Flutterwave specifically as well, right? When we started out, the funding that we'd raised from Series A through to D, we had more and more interest, right? The number of investors that we were talking to at each round of, at each funding stage that we were looking at. So that also kind of, from our own insider perspective, is like, there is that keen interest in Africa, in businesses in Africa, in digital payments, in startups within the ecosystem. Yeah.
Wonderful. You mentioned something that I have to hook on, which you said investors like high returns on their investments. And one of the ways they do that is through exits and so on and so forth. But we don't have a lot of that within our ecosystem. What is your outlook for, as we mature, what is your outlook for what exits will look like for investors in the space today?
That is a two-way street. An exit for some people is having a larger corporation buying them out, right? Being embedded in an M&A type of transaction. Another way of exit is, on the stock exchange, right? In Africa today, I believe there's only about 4 of them, right? And I think the market cap for them is about 300. So a lot of businesses that are looking at exits today are thinking of either of those opportunities, right? Either be embedded in an M&A transaction or to, go into the public market. And then as you're thinking about the public market, you also have to consider like which of the public markets available to you would you want to do that in. So I think that as we continue to explore these opportunities, and depending on what the strategy of that investment or what the founder is doing, they can explore either of those options as they're looking to exit. And like I said, growth is very important, and growth has been seen, like, a lot of people are seeing that across whether edutech or health tech or fintech, whatever the case is, there is that growth, there is that market opportunity, right? We haven't reached saturation yet in any of the, I don't believe we reached saturation yet in any of the industries that we're operating in today. So those opportunities are on the horizon. I believe like in the next few years, we'll start to hear more conversations around, larger M&A transactions, such as the one with Health Plus and that company in South Africa, or, the story with financial services as well. And we're going to start seeing more opportunities like that. So I think it's something that we can look forward to, right? And as we continue to progress on our own part, we'll continue to develop solutions that would help some of these larger enterprises and all of these other stakeholders to operate within the continent.
Thank you very, very much. Let me open up to the audience for questions.
We do have questions, but unfortunately, we are way over time. So I want to give a round of applause, please, to our moderator and our panelists. Thank you so much for a very, very interesting conversation.
you
We really
very
do appreciate it. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Kwaifala.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so
Kasoa.
much.
Yeah, we did have questions coming in. Unfortunately, we're out of time. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to call up on the chairman of the board of directors of Endeavor Nigeria to give his closing remarks, Mr. Atedo Peterside. A round of applause again, please.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Whenever you see me holding a prepared speech, it's because somebody gave me a list of those I must thank, and I must not make a mistake. So if I make a mistake, then you know it's not my fault. But, let me thank you all for joining us for this year's conference. This is the 4th year, as we all know, that we have been hosting this event, and today's event is the second physical one, like Tosin said. It has been quite an interesting journey to host this event today. And I thank you all for making time to be here with us. I'm sure the conversations have been impactful as we continue the journey of building and growing our ecosystem and economy. Endeavor Nigeria is entering the fifth year of operations, and we are very proud of the growth of our network. Like Tosin said, we have welcomed 33 entrepreneurs and 33 mentors into our network. We have witnessed companies attaining unicorn status, global and regional expansion, and most recently, the Daystar Power acquisition by Shell. We've also witnessed our entrepreneurs paying it forward by inspiring and investing in the next generation of entrepreneurs. So I want to start by thanking everybody who is present in the room and those who are with us virtually. Thank you that you've stayed till 2:30. So please give yourselves a round of applause. So since I've already thanked everybody in the room and everybody virtual, nobody has been left out. So the rest are for special thanks. So special thanks to our sponsors for partnering with us to deliver this year's event. Team Apt, our lead sponsor. Please clap for them. Then our gold sponsors are Flutterwave, Aliko Dangote Foundation, and Chapel Hill Denham. Please clap for them. And our other sponsors are Stanbic IBTC Holdings, Filmhouse Group, FSDH Holding, and Elevate Education. Please clap for them as well. I would also thank all the speakers who have dedicated their time to be here and for delivering insightful sessions. I will name some of the speakers, if not all. Anu Adedoyin Adasolum, Adia Sowo Ifeoluwa I.O. Orioke, Koinsola Ajibade, Mayowa Kuyoro, and of course our MC, who has also been working very hard to keep things ticking. Others that I will thank are Toby, Amira, Sheni Suleiman, and Tosin Eniolorunda. Of course, I must thank Lagos State because the governor sent his commissioner who gave us some worthwhile remarks. And I'm not going to thank Bolaji Balogun who spoke yet because I will come to the board members last. But I cannot thank all our guests enough, especially those who dialed in from all over the world and those of you who are here in person. But let me also recognize and thank the management team led by Tosin, Faniro Dada, and the Endeavor Nigeria team for putting this together. This has been a successful and immersive event. And then finally, I will come to the Endeavor Nigeria board members, because some of you may not know, but the way Endeavor works is that you can have Endeavor in any country. But there's a reason why Endeavor does not exist in many countries. It generally exists in larger economies where you have enough entrepreneurs or businessmen who are willing to fund the activities of that country's chapter. So when you see somebody who is on the board of Endeavor Nigeria, don't think anybody is paying him board fees. It's the other way around. The board members pay for the activities of the chapter. So if we did not have Nigerians willing to be board members to finance the entire activities of Endeavor Nigeria, there will be no Endeavor Nigeria. And that's why in Africa, I believe Endeavor exists in countries like South Africa, Kenya, Egypt, I believe Morocco. Yeah, generally Nigeria, the economies where there are businessmen willing to stand up and give back and fund it. So when you see the board members of Endeavor, please respect them because they're paying for everything. So Mr. Bolaji Balogun, please rise for recognition. He's our vice chairman. Apart from myself, there are 8 other directors. There was J.D. Gulab who just left. So there are 8 other directors. Their names are in the brochure. They're the ones, funding for everything and guaranteeing everything. So basically, we are business persons who came together and want to give back by helping to finance and the activities of this whole ecosystem for the benefit of new entrepreneurs, hopefully who will achieve things that some of us failed to achieve during our own time. But I'm not going to end without making a comment because they say when you give me a microphone, then I'm in charge of what I say. I'm going to end by mentioning one thing. When you listen to all these entrepreneurs, some of us started off this journey 35 years ago as entrepreneurs. Many things have changed, but there are 1 or 2 things that are constant that have never changed through time. When you listen to the stories about the flutter wave and all that, and he was telling you they had employees all over the place, they didn't even know them, and basically hinting that there were problems arising from not knowing who you are working with, what you cannot run away from, and that's why he said they finished up having those meetings, is that no matter what business you're doing, some people do it subconsciously. You and your team must know the core values. If you never discuss the core values, you never agreed upon them, I don't mean some high-level seminar, paying McKinsey or anybody. I mean, in your day-to-day discussions, if you never discussed and agreed upon some core values, then basically, the people working for you don't have an understanding of the do's and don'ts. How can somebody work for you if he does not know what he can do and what he cannot do? I'll give you just one example from when we began IBTC in 1989. If you ask any member of our staff, will IBTC pay bribes to get an assignment or to get a deposit? The answer would be an emphatic no. If it was never discussed, how would all the staff know the do's and don'ts? You cannot run a business where the staff don't know what they can do and what they cannot do. And please believe me, some people may be stark illiterates, but they do this instinctively. The woman selling pepper in the market in Dugbe in Ibadan may have 4 girls under her, but she has told them the do's and don'ts in that business. If she didn't do that, there will be chaos. One will give a discount, one will sell on credit, and all kinds of nonsense. So some things are standard. It doesn't matter whether you're selling pepper, whether you're building Flutter Wave, whether you're building Chapel Hill Denham, whether you're building IBTC. It goes without saying, if you have people around you, even in a family, you must know what you can do and what you cannot do. Without that, you cannot stand. A house divided upon itself cannot stand. So I end with that message and to let you know that, again, thank you, everybody. Some things stay the same. Some things change as the world moves on. But I thank you all, and I hope that you'll be back next year for one more great event. And we hope to make this an annual ritual. Thank you all, and God bless.
A round of applause for the board chairman of the Endeavor Nigeria Board of Directors, Mr. Atedo Peter Sai. Thank you so much, sir. All right, ladies and gentlemen, you guys have been great. That brings us to the end of the summit. It's not actually over. There's still a lot of food back there, and you can still network. I'm Rotus Odiri, host of the Global Business Report on Arise TV. Thank you so much. You guys have been great. So please mingle and enjoy.